pointed it out to me, and Claudia said quite rightly, though rather sharply, it's because your brain was manufactured in Europe. Very important to know that being African does not make you know anything about Africa. Most Africans know nothing about this. It is only within the last year or two that secret copies of the Journal of African Civilizations are finding themselves in many places. I was starting to find how many South Africans knew about the journal because tapes had been smuggled into South Africa. So that you have to become aware that we are at the cutting edge of a whole new movement. While we must feel great anger at what has happened in the past, let us not give up hope, because something is beginning to turn in the world. And while it seems turbulent and confused, possibilities occur when cracks occur in rigid systems.
Hotep family. Any questions or comments about the last class we had? Yeah. One of the things that this 6-week class does, which is what I really appreciate when we can get like this type of steady class going, is the fact that I can cover things to help us understand the Moors much better. There's, well, I call it continuous history, and then I call it episodic history. Episodic history is when you study certain episodes. For instance, the Moors. You do a presentation on the Moors from 710 to 1492. However, the challenge with that is you don't know what brought the Moors into existence, and you don't know what happens after 1492. So that when you have the type of opportunity that we have here to have 6 classes where I can devote 2-3 hours, it allows us to look at continuous history. So that it's very difficult to understand, to me, it's very difficult to really understand these Africans in North Africa. It's very difficult even to understand the word Moor. Because for some reason, when we use the word Moor, and rightly so because of the nature of people such as Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple of America, you get the impression that Moors are different or distinct from African people. So you lose the fact that when we talk about Moors as it relates to medieval history, it's like when the Greeks talked about Ethiopians. Ethiopians and Moors are the same people. Kemites, Egyptians, and Dogon are the same people. And so when you study episodic history, the Moors become a very distinct African that almost have a personality to themselves, which in the long range of studying it, you lose sight. The Moors were not the first people to go into Spain. In fact, there's evidence of Taharqa. During the 25th dynasty, there are steles. Dr. Van Sertima, in fact, when we get to that point in class, I'm going to show you a cartouche that dates back thousands of years, long before who we call the Moors were in there. Moors become a word we use because of the nature of the medieval period. From 1492 on, these same people we call Moors, we are now calling Negroes. Before they were Moors, they were called Ethiopians. The bottom line, no matter who is using these words, these people are the same, and basically the name that is being put on them means people of burnt faces, or melanated people. And so last week's class gave me an opportunity to be able to go back to where the human family came from. You know, before we even talk 710, where did the human family come from? What brought them into existence? What allowed them to become and sustain them? What was it that brought them into existence? What was it that took them and allowed them to live? And we looked at 3 laws: Glosier's law, Bergman's law, and Allen's law. These are scientific laws that deal with pigmentation, that deals with body mass, and also deals with concepts as it relates to the physicalness of a human being. But not just human beings, but of organic life. Because like we said, Glosier was into avian history. He was into bird history. So the idea of studying pigmentation didn't come from skin. It came from studying the colors of feathers on birds. So when we look at science, and when we talk from a scientific perspective, it allows us to shut down a lot of opposition. And I find it interesting that having a 6 workshop series allows us to really get deep inside this conversation and really flesh this conversation out so that we can understand from a scientific perspective what we're looking at. It also helps us understand the superficiality and the shallowness of white supremacy. And it also helps us understand that it was born to die. That can't sustain itself. Because the more science is coming out with information, the further back in Africa it's going. Psychiatry right now is going back to Africa. Spirituality, religions are going back to Africa. Physics is going back to Africa. Things that Africans were saying, that people are saying were superstitious or were animalistic, you know, where they were worshiping animals or worshiping rocks or all that, animism. All of that now, physics and science is going back and saying, but wait a minute, there's some serious points to this. But as literal thinkers, as opposed to circulinear, which was the African perspective of things, we couldn't get it. Because there are some things that's not on a straight line. There are some answers that are on the curved line. But if you're thinking linearly, you can never come back around to look at the answers. So, with that, if there's any questions or just ideas that you have, that you just want to talk before we get into today's class. And I'm going to explain to you again how the growth of these classes is going, and as you're thinking. The other thing I wanted to tell you was, I know that it may be difficult getting those books. So what I did was to make copies of the essays and offer a package of all the essays. Now, let me say this to you. How many of you do not have access to a computer that you could download it? And I'm not just saying it personal, but if you know somebody that does. The reason why I say that is because if I were to make Xerox copies of these things, I'd have to charge too much money. Because there's a lot of essays that you can see. I'd rather be able to have you download them. And I can bring the price down to $30 for the packet. As opposed to what it would cost to Xerox each page and then put it into this type of a form. So what I'm thinking about doing, and what I've done for these first 2 classes, is I have already downloaded the essays. And each class, what I'll do is I'll download the essays, and as I do it, I can download it to you. And the way I think that we can do this is to pass around a sheet of paper, and that you put your name and your email address, your contact, and let me be able to send it to you via the computer. This is a wonderful thing, you know. Yeah. It allows me to get a lot of information to you and bring down the price significantly. And so this is the way I think we can do it. And I don't mean to step on other people who have written books. It's still, if you can get the book, I encourage you to get the book. Though these books that I'm sharing with you, as it applies to the Moors, there's other essays in the golden age of the Moor that is so relevant to what you need. I mean, I'm thinking about Dr. Edward Scobie's piece on Portugal and the expansion of Portugal as it relates to the Moors. Now, we talk about Spain, but what we don't understand is that Spain didn't exist at this time. Portugal didn't exist at this time. It has come into existence since then. The Spanish language didn't exist until the 16th century. The Spanish language that we know of today, based on Latin, did not exist as a spoken language, didn't have its syntax and grammar intact until much later. And there's an essay that I believe that will be part of the packet by Jose Pimento Bay. He's a Cuban brother. Moor, deep Moor, original Moor. He's from a family of Moors. A brilliant brother. He may have spoken here before. But he talks about the development of the so-called Romance languages that basically is going to come directly out of the Africans going in to Europe and organizing a disorganized feudal system. Because remember, that's what's in Europe, the feudal system, the serf and the lord. And that's very disorganized. What the Moors, what Africans are going to do is go into Europe and going to start to organize the little principalities of the city, Zaragoza, Cordoba, all these principalities. They're going to organize it, create governments, so to speak. And the interesting thing is that Africans are going to allow people of Jewish faith, the Sephardim, to have their own court system. They're going to allow the Christians to have their own court system. So it's not even like these Africans are coming in and dominating people, saying, you got to do this. What they're doing is that they're organizing cities, but they're respecting people's belief systems and other organizational skills, which is going to be their undoing, because they don't know who they're dealing with now. They're coming in with a mindset that is very different from the mindset that is amongst the Visigoths and the Vandals. Now, to understand Visigoths and Vandals, you have to study Germany, Norway, Sweden, all up in the northern area. You have to understand the Ice Age, which was, we spoke about last week. And the Ice Age mentality, the kind of mentality that you have. Think about it. I really admire all of y'all for coming to class today, because it is a beautiful day outside, isn't it? Didn't we want to hang out today? Last week we did. Last class we didn't want to hang out. It was good to be in here. Sister made that warm soup, hooked everybody up, you know? But today is the kind of day we want, because naturally we are natural people who want to be in nature, in the presence of the sun. Well, imagine an organism that is denied that, or the kind of mindset you'll develop. These are the people that the Moors are dealing with back then. And what's interesting is, it's really interesting about psychology, because some of the things that I noticed, some of the, let's call them politicians, not going to name anybody, because the Democrats were just as bad on President Obama as the Republicans were. In fact, what put the situation in place was the Democrats that ran rampant against President Obama. And in so doing, weakened the Democratic Party. Had they rallied around him like they're rallying around the present day president, if the Democrats had rallied around and said, look, I don't care the brother, I don't care if he's black, I'm going to support him at all costs, this past election would have turned out differently. Nobody wants to talk about these issues, but that's okay. But the idea that I'm trying to get to is that when I read about the way in which the Europeans in Europe dealt with the Moors, was very much like the way in which Europeans dealt with President Obama. There was a jealousy, there was an anger, there was a fear, because that brother did things as president that no other president has ever done. I don't care what anybody say, he's the greatest president that ever sat in the White House for what he did, what he went into, and what he experienced when he went in. Economically, politically, socially, the wars that were going on. What he was able to do in 8 years was to literally turn the way in which America was going around. But I saw an interview with a man from Detroit that worked in one of the automobile factories when President Obama was already in office, and I think they were going towards the second term. And they interviewed him. He said that he wasn't going to vote for President Obama. And they said to him, but President Obama saved your job. He said, not only did he save my job, but I got a promotion. But I'm still not going to vote for him. People are willing to commit their own intellectual suicide when it comes to dealing with a successful person of color. They would rather see you fail, just like they said. My job is to make sure he doesn't become president for a second term. It didn't make a difference how successful it was. It didn't make a difference how much he was doing for America. They even turned against America, let America go down economically so that it would look like he was failing. I even heard some of them praise Putin and dare say that Putin was more of a man than President Obama. This is how deep this psychosis goes, family. This is who we're dealing with. But I say this not just in isolation of today. I'm going back to when Moors and Africans were in Europe. This is what was going on. They were building up cities. They were creating jobs. They were expanding agricultural science. But even all that was going on, they still wanted the Moors out of Europe. They were biting the hand that fed them. They were willing to let it go down. And you know, there's a book, there's a gentleman, Dr. Ben used to always refer to the Moors in Spain by Stanley Lane Poole. Well, Stanley Lane Poole also wrote a book, Spain After the Moors. And Europe has been out on a downspin since 1492. The only thing that saved them was the select few that came to America and enslaved Africans and stole the land from indigenous people. See, this is what's going on now with the European Union. This is what's going on now with the Euro. This is what's going on with Brexit. This is what the Vice President was talking to the European Union in Germany about these past couple of days. The system in Greece is over. The system in Italy is over. The system in Spain is over. Europe is on a downswing. That's why, family, we got to get ourselves together. Because when this stuff falls through, what are we going to do? We going to go down with that? Or are we going to have an economic system? Or are we going to have a spiritual system? Are we going to have a labor system where we can hire our own? Or are we going to go down? This is what's so important to me right now. I don't care what they do. We're spending too much time worried about them. You know, it's getting to the point now. I'm just turning MSNBC and all the radio those because they're saying the same thing. And the thing that they're saying, but they don't want to say it, is that their time is up. But something that we have to start thinking about, family. It's really something that we have to start thinking about. But with that, really what I'm trying to get out of this with you is to understand the tone of Europe as Moors are going in. And also, what we're going to talk about today is the very beginnings of the Ice Age melting and Europeans from the northern countries coming down into the southern lands, and they're going to find themselves in the Mediterranean basin. And that's what these 4 essays are that we're going to deal with. The 4 essays in the book that I shared with you deal with what's happening in the Mediterranean basin. You know, to understand the people that we call the Romans came out of northern climates, came down through Macedonia, Slovenia. You'll see. But when they come down, they're going to meet an African people. The people who were living in what we today call Italy were called Etruscans. The Etruscans were black. Period. But the way in which history is given to you, you would think that Romans controlled Rome. Not telling you that these were migrant people coming from the north that settled in this Mediterranean basin and had met Africans that had already had civilizations up and running for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And so they attached themselves to these civilizations, learned the most that they possibly could, threw away the rest, and then put their name on what they discovered. These northern people are going to come, for instance, in Italy, they're going to come down and they're going to settle around 7 mountains systems that are known as Latium. And that's where the word Latin comes from. It's from the word Latium. Then they're going to take the Assyrian drama. They're going to take Cain and Abel. They're going to be introduced to African stories, and they're going to develop a story about, well, let me put it to you like this. If I may use this language, I'm going to use this only in terms of discussing who they are. Western civilization bases itself on Western concepts and the Roman system, okay? And there was a time when I had a discussion, and there was a person of another culture who thought he was going to be real slick and say, you are a son of a gorilla. And I said, yeah, I am. I am a son of a gorilla. And you are a son of a bitch. Now, if you remember the story of Romulus and Remus, who suckled at a she-wolf's breast, then your mama was a female dog, which to me is a bitch.
Bitter child.
Okay. Now, I only use that word to describe, it's a story you'll never forget, you know. There are certain things that when I hit you with it, you know, you never forget. But their story of evolution in life comes from Romulus and Remus. And if Remus had won, the capital of Italy would be called Rome and not Rome, because Romulus was the one that won the fight between these two brothers, Romulus and Remus. This is their origins. Their mama was a she-wolf. So do you wonder why they conduct themselves wolfish? So, what I'd like to do is I just want to break away for a moment from the story itself, and I want to talk to you about the way the brain functions. And I just want to show you something, some work that I've developed when I do staff development. And I teach what I consider to be the depth of information. In the back of your mind, the way in which our ancestors taught is you're always thinking about subject areas. Right now we're caught up in subject areas. You go to school, you learn subject areas. You go to college, you take courses specific to subject areas. Okay? Now, what I'm showing you here is the subject areas that we study in school. Okay? You know, this is interesting. This is something that I'll talk to you about as we go down, but this is some of the work that I've done in school systems around the country, dealing with cultural competency. This is in Indianapolis that I was working here in the Board of Education. And this is a 3-day seminar that I do with the teachers. And I feel it's important to do it with you also, because it's going to help you understand what we're talking about even more. Okay? So, basically, when you study, they talk about the arts and the sciences. From a universal perspective, from an African perspective, there are 3 sciences. Science comes from the word scient, out of Greek, which the Greeks got from the Kemites. That's why you have the concept of the Creator being omnipresent, all over, all-knowing is omniscient. Omni, all, scient mean knowing. The way in which we teach science is like biology, chemistry, physics, okay? But it's not. Science is all knowledge. That's what it means, all knowledge. To African people studying the Kemetic legacy, going into the temples of Kemet and going to the Dogon, you have 3 sciences. However, in the world we're living in today, they can't handle the way in which African people call that first science. They called it spiritual science. Today we call it communication arts. Communication arts includes the subjects that we teach in school. Remember when you were in school, we were in school, we studied performing arts, which could be choral, music, physical education, dance, okay? Creative arts includes arts and crafts, sculpture, you know, anybody know any other creative arts? Please. Painting, yes. Any others? Say again?
Spoken word.
Yeah, well, writing is going to be there, but you're going to notice something when we go to writing. Say again, my sister?
Spoken word.
Spoken word would be also, yes. But in terms of creative arts, what I'm doing is macrame, knitting, things you do with your hands.
Yeah.
Creative, right? And then language arts is writing, spoken word. You also notice that all three are related. You could have put those subject areas in any one of those three areas. Because to knit, you have to perform. So it's a performing art. You see? And the reason why to us it was called spiritual is because in those three sciences, there's no one way to do it. If I were to ask us to draw a tree in this room, there's a chance that everybody in this room would draw a tree, it would look different. If we knit something, it would look different. It would be similar maybe, but there would be a difference to it. Because we would bring a flavor, we would bring our own personal energy to the activity. Whereas in physical sciences, basically they're all the same. 2 plus 2, we should all come up with a concept of 4. Now I know there's people that will argue that, but that's okay, I'm not going to go there. For the most part, 1 plus 1 equals 2. So in that sense, we all would come up with the same answer. So the physical sciences are the codification or the writing down of the spiritual sciences. Okay? And in our schools, we have subjects that we today call STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In science, there's 3 different sciences, very interesting, that we teach. Earth science, physical science, and life science. What's also interesting is that there is a direct relationship between science and mathematics. I wish I knew when I was young what I know now about science and math. It's so beautiful. It's really, you know, science and math is as beautiful as a painting. And it's so sad that the way it's taught in our school system today is so boring. And it doesn't relate to the human being at all. Study it so you can pass a test. So you go to the next grade. But they don't teach it to you in a way that you can see literally that we are walking mathematics. That science is knowledge. Math is comprehension. Math gives you the numbers that you fit into the formulas of science. They're related, like husband and wife. Engineering and technology are related, but they don't teach it in its relationship. The social sciences deal with the 5 questions, or some people say 6, but really the overall question is why. Geography, as we said the last time, answers the question where. History, when. Okay? Politics is how. Economics is what. And culture is who. So, in our educational system, the arts and sciences, whatever you study in school, you can look at all your subjects that you study in school, from pre-kindergarten straight through doctoral programs. I can find one of these subjects in what you're going to teach. And the way in which we were taught in the universal way of thinking, in the temples of Africa, in the schools of Africa, we were taught to be searching for those subject areas in everything that you were learning. Where is the math in art? Where is the science in music? And so it became very important for us to understand this. But now, how do we do this? We take these concepts, these subject areas, and then we put them in what is now coming to be called multiple intelligences. In other words, what we're saying is that in school right now, you take tests in science and math, reading, and if you do well, they say, wow, you're a genius. Mm-hmm. But in the real world, there are other areas to be a genius, such as music. Music, you could be a genius. Ahine takes a fifth grade, and please, if I'm repeating myself, because sometimes, you know, I do this so much, sometimes I find myself repeating myself. So please understand this. I'm not in the beginning stages of Alzheimer's. I'm just teaching you so much that I just repeat. And sometimes it's good to repeat, because sometimes we get deeper into something the second or third time around. Ahine is in fourth grade, and we're teaching her finding the common denominator. Okay? And we give Ahine a math test, and she gets 8 out of 10 incorrect. And we say to Ahine, Ahine, you failed. You don't understand fractions. Now that hurts Ahine's feelings. So she go outside, she puts her headset on, and Ahine starts singing Girl on Fire by Alicia Keys. Now, Ahine can sing, okay? So you know what I'm talking about, right? Sang is steps beyond she can sing.
Exactly.
Okay, she can sing. Then if I put my inflection in my voice, that tells you something else. Sang is better than sang, is much better than sing. Then if I put my body into it, I mean, that sister can sing, right? Sang is better than sang, is better than sang, is better than sing. What I'm saying is that to us, as an original people, there is the concept we say, I love you so much words could never explain. Well, that's because what you are actually experiencing is an energy that can't be explained. So don't try. And the only way that you let someone know that that love or that hate, I'm so mad at you I could spit, okay? I'm so happy I could dance. All these emotions, when you get to its highest levels, it becomes an energy that is no longer explainable. Now, Ahine can sing. But what no one told Ahine is she couldn't have started that song without a fraction. 2/4 time, 3/4 time, 4/4 time. Musicians, every musician is a mathematician, but every mathematician isn't a musician. Musicians think in base 4. We live in base 10. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we have one set, 0 left over, which we call 10. But it's really not 10. In the base 9, it's one set, 0 left over. Musicians think in a system that goes 0, 1, 2, 3, one set, 0 left over. One set of 4. That's the base 4. So what we would call 4 in base 10 is really our visual of 10 in base 4. One set, 0 left over. In the base 7 system, you have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One set, 0 left over. You see? Ahine in singing is doing fractions. Her voice is manipulating fractions. Now, is it that Ahine doesn't understand fractions, Or is it that Ahine did not give it to us the way in which we asked her to give it to us? So what if we took the music teacher, or the choral teacher, or the gospel teacher, and the math teacher, and had a meeting with them and said, look, in your class, when you're teaching about mathematics, I want you to talk about Sister Williams, who is the music teacher, and Sister Williams in music class, I want you to remind about math in Mr. Smith class, so that the entry into knowledge of fraction doesn't come in math class, it comes in music class. You see? Every musician is a mathematician. Every dancer, when you're dancing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. What I'm trying to do for us is I'm trying to open us up away from this system that suffocates us by limiting our genius. So therefore in class we get upset with Ahine if she doesn't do good on a math test, as opposed to telling Ahine, you can sing. You're a genius. You just got to understand that you're doing fractions in your songs. Kwame, we take a test. For instance, like I tell Kwame a story. I say, okay, Kwame, my son and I left our home today at 1:15. We were scheduled to get to Newark by 3 o'clock. However, on I-95, there was a truck whose load was too high for the bridge and literally had to stop in the middle of 95. And every car had to maneuver its way out for fear that that truck might have gone under the bridge, damaged the bridge, and that bridge might be coming down on all of us. You know what I'm saying? London Bridge is falling down? Okay. So we were waylaid a certain amount of time. If we were going to get to Newark by 3 o'clock, how much quicker would we have to have picked up our pace to get there on time, considering the amount of time we could not travel because of the stoppage? That is what we call in math, rate times time equals distance. The rate that you travel times the time that you travel determines the distance you will cover. Okay? Kwame gets 9 out of 10 incorrect. Teacher said, Kwame, you don't understand rate times time. However, in the process of that, he goes out backyard, starts shooting hoops. Kwame got netball pretty soon. Whoosh, whoosh, the ball just going right in the hoop. Now, what nobody told Kwame is that when you play basketball and you shoot, you are performing rate times time equals distance. The rate that you threw the ball times the time it's in the air determines its distance. If you start using the backboard, now you're dealing with geometry because now you're dealing with angles. Particularly if you focus on that square that's just above the net. What would happen if we took the gym teacher and the math teacher and brought them together and said, look, when you have your class in gym class, explain to them the math of basketball, or the math of baseball, or the math in any sport. When they're doing calisthenics, teach them about the physics of calisthenics. And to the math teacher, tell the math teacher, you know, when you're teaching math class, remind the class about the math that goes into playing basketball, or the math that goes in. So what I'm saying is that these areas of that we're looking at as intelligence, music is an intelligence that you can be a genius in. Intrapersonal, which is self-reflection, you can be a genius. The visual, spatial, the artists are geniuses. And you know what's interesting? The children say this all the time. I say it all the time too. Isn't it interesting that all the subjects that we claim that you're a genius if you do well in schooling, and all the subjects that they cut in order for you to get to be better scientists, like gym, art, Isn't it funny that the people who are actors and actresses and sports players, isn't it interesting that their stars and teachers have got to scrounge to pay the rent? Where a basketball player, his salary could pay for an entire school of teachers. When you think of how much a basketball player makes, or when you think about how much someone makes when they do one movie, how much they make, compared to how much that scientist in the laboratory trying to find a cure for cancer. So our children are looking at this, they're saying, look, you're telling us to cut out gym and cut out art. But that's where the money is. Who are you playing with? Who cares about science? Muhammad Ali was not fluent in what's called formal education. But it's because of him that people are making millions of dollars in sports today.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it kind of ridiculous? And then our children are looking at us and they're looking at us and saying, you're lying to us. You're not telling us the truth. And then we wonder, well, why do they not trust us? Well, we're lying to them. Because we're not being honest with what it is that we're trying to get them to understand. The kinesthetic intelligence, which is where the sports people are. Interpersonal, your lawyers, people who are social. Logic is science and reasoning, and linguistics. Now, I'm these concepts to you. Not going to spend much time in that area, but the reason why I'm introducing this to you is because as we talk about today's subject, and as you look, in the back of your mind, I want you to be searching for where is the geography in what I'm learning? Where is the history? Where is the politics? Where is the economics? What I want us to begin to do is to understand that there is one knowledge base, and everything that we do, whether dealing with subject areas, it's like people who meditate. People who meditate have a mantra that they repeat. The mantra is not important. The mantra acts as the means to get to the end, which is to get yourself into a state of consciousness. The same thing with school. You're really not studying these subjects because the subjects are the end. The subjects are what you should be using to get to that point. There's a Moorish proverb that says, once you've learned what you set out to learn, you can throw that away because it was the process of learning it that was the truest education. Mm-hmm. Because wisdom and knowledge comes from the connecting of neurons in the brain. That's what wisdom is. It's not what you learned. It's how you learned it. Mm-hmm. And everything that you're going to experience for the rest of your life, I want you to hear my voice in the back of your mind asking, where's the geography in this? Where's the history? Where's the math? Where's the chemistry? Where's the physics? And there's a chance that you'll find a relationship between them all. Now, with that, there's a whole bunch of other things that we get into, but we don't need to get that now. The real point is for us to begin to think on that level in terms of the subject areas. Today's subject area, it's 4:38. We'll Sister Patrice, Brother Greg, is there a particular time you wanted to take a break? Maybe 5:15, take a break? We'll take a break for the vendors and for the food and just to chill out and begin to look at certain things before we come back and sort of kind of round stuff out. What I did was I want you to think in terms of and also normally I can speak extemporaneously, but there are some things that I want on camera for one thing, but there's also points that I think I can't afford to be extemporaneous. I have to be very exact. So today I will have to read from some of my notes so that you can get the fullest of this information, because when it's on tape, you can always go back over it. But what I did was, is there a map on that one back there? Good, okay. What I want you to look at is the geography of today's class, which is the Mediterranean basin. A lot of conversation about who's in here. But what becomes important is that when you look at this map, this, for thousands of years, you have Africans from North Africa that are going to be going into these parts of the Mediterranean basin. Now, the other thing that I did was to look at the 21 countries. Okay, that's another picture of the countries. Here are the 21 countries that border the Mediterranean Sea. You are going to have Cushites. Put the concept of Kemites out the mind for a moment. Because the Kemites are Cushites. You have Cushites that are going to leave Africa from every corner of the African continent. They're going to move north and west and all over the area. There'll be Africans that are going to there are Africans that are going to move from Morocco. On a very good day, you could swim from the northernmost coast of Morocco to the southernmost coast of Spain. You could swim. On a good day, you literally can see Spain from Africa. And in the middle of this, you have what's called the Strait of Gibraltar, which, and we get into the Moors, you're going to see that the general that's going to go into Spain in 1492, his name is Tariq. And this mountain, the Strait of Gibraltar, this area here, is going to be called Gebel, G-E-B-E-L, Gebel Tariq. Gebel Tariq. And Gebel Tariq is going to be twisted to become Gebel, is going to become Jibra, and Tariq is going to become Tar. So Gebel Tariq is going to become Gibraltar. Okay? Africans are going to cross over. Africans are going to have boats and they're going to cross over. They're going to move across into these islands, which are called the Isles, Aegean Isles. Whether you're dealing with Sardinia or Corsica or Sicily or Malta or Crete, Cyprus, all of these are islands that are going to be inhabited by Cushites thousands of years ago. Because, like I say, the further back we go, the further black we go. And these essays talk about this. The title of this section is called African Presence in the Ancient Mediterranean Isles and Mainland Greece. And it becomes important to understand this because you can get lost in current history. You could get lost in Sicily or in Sardinia or in Crete or in Cyprus because the people there today don't look like the original people, and the base of the people are still there, but there are so many peoples that have come from the northern climates up into the northern areas of Germany and Scandinavian countries that now they don't look like the original people. No more than the people of Egypt look like the original pyramid builders. No more than the present people of the United States of America who talk about make America great again. You know, you want to make America great again. I got a date for them. August 1492. That was the last time America was great. After that, in October, everything went downhill after that. But it's like thinking that President Bush or President Trump are the original peoples that were in America. In fact, even to look at indigenous people of the world today, they are not the original people of the American continent. There were migrations of people that came here. So, it's important that you look at these countries. Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, okay? Syria, Turkey. You know, in school, you know, how many continents are there? How many continents do they say there are? 7. How do you define a continent? Come on, let's go back to 4th grade geography class. How do you define a continent? Please, Brother Greg.
Body of land that's surrounded all sides of the water.
Yes, not just a body of land, but a large, okay? Is Europe surrounded by water? So what is Europe? A peninsula. How do we define a peninsula? A large landmass surrounded on 3 sides by water. Turkey is a peninsula. Spain is a peninsula. Europe is a peninsula. That's why we call it Eurasia, because that's the continent. Europe is not a continent by definition. Of course, I tell children if they ask you in school, you know, tell them 7. Don't get the answer wrong because you know the truth. Greece. Now, Greece didn't exist. When we're talking about Aristotle and all these people, the Greeks didn't exist. Alexander was from Macedonia. You see Montenegro, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia. Isn't that where the First Lady's from? Where's she from? Okay. That's why she looked like that. She definitely got black in her. And you can see it in her brow ridge. You can see it in her nasal index. See, when you want to see who is African, you don't have to look at complexion or eye color or pigmentation. What you do is you look at the cranial. You look for the prognostic jaw. You look for the wide basal index. You look for the strong brow ridge. Okay, that's what shows you what an African skull looks like. And then when you go to the orthognathic jaw, which is more receded, you go into other understandings of what makes people look the way they look when you go back to Allen's law, Bergman's law, and Glosier's law. It's science. Heat expands, cold contracts. Science. Okay. And so Italy, and then you have Monaco, which is almost at the cusp of France and Italy. And then you have all these seas, which is in the bigger sea, which is the Mediterranean Sea. You have the Adriatic Sea, the Ionian Sea, the Aegean Sea, Sea of Crete. They have all these names. It means absolutely nothing. But what becomes important for our class today is for you to understand that this whole area that you're looking at, that is this light color compared to the darker green, and there's Portugal over here. What becomes important is to understand that these were inhabited by Africans thousands of years before the people that we know today came. That's the important thing to start with. And then, of course, what's important is to know what countries we're talking about. And so the countries that border the Mediterranean Sea is France, Monaco, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Greece, Turkey, Cyprus, Syria, Israel, Lebanon, Libya, Malta, Tunisia, and Morocco. In total, the Mediterranean Sea covers more than 1 million square miles. This is equivalent to approximately 1% of the Earth's entire surface. At its widest point, the sea spans 990 miles. Though most areas are narrower, the average depth of the sea is 4,921 feet, although some areas reach massive depths of more than 16,000 feet. Now, what's important about what I'm saying to you is this. It also tells you about seafarers. It tells you about areas that and how Africans would have gotten into those areas as it relates to boats, the building of boats, and their movement on the waters. It'll tell you a lot about what we're going to talk about when we deal with Phoenicia and Carthage and Numidia in the next class. So that everything that we're doing as I'm walking us through this gives me the opportunity to lay steps for us to understand, because by the time we get to the Moors in April and May, you'll have such a backdrop of information that the Moors will become, you'll wonder, why does anybody doubt that they would be there? That's the difference between continuous history and episodic history. Because when someone gives you the episode of the Moors, you say, well, how did they do that? How would they know I've done that? But when you go through continuous history, you lay the groundwork that you can understand why the Moors in 710 would end up there by nature. And that's what doing these 6 classes allows us to do. It allows us to look at the continuity of history. And so that while we may look at the episode of the Moors in April and May, what we've done January, February, March prepared us to understand the Moors and who they were, because they're already in this area. They're already there. And by waves, Africans are moving into the Mediterranean basin, and also by warfare. By the time the Assyrians now are getting into Egypt, Africans are moving west. As they move west, they also move north. As they move north, they go into Europe. So there are people who are already there. But we look at the episode of the Moors as 710, 1492, because there's a drastic change in European history. Why? Because European history is being taught to us. Because if I had my way, this is the history we'd study before we even talked about the medieval period. Any questions? Comments? Everybody's comfortable with what we've done so far? Okay, please feel free. If you want a point of clarification, if you want a spelling, or if you want me to repeat something, please feel free. Because this is the difference between a lecture and an experience. This ain't no lecture. This is an experience. Please.
You started to say where Mesopotamia was, that Greece didn't exist.
Yes.
So would that be all of modern-day Greece, Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, and Slovenia? Was that whole?
They weren't called that.
Okay. What was Mesopotamia?
It's hard to say. Well, we know that Mesopotamia now, you're dealing, you see, here's another piece from my research. And I'm not saying that I'm correct. I don't know if I'm correct. But I'm going to tell you, I don't think Africans' perspective and philosophy of life needed a name for the continent. I don't think Africans had a name for the continent, because Africans were deeply steeped in nations. So you had the Konso people, or the Gala people, you know, or you had nations. You didn't have like the country of Ghana, so to speak. Ghana basically reflected a concept of gold. So they didn't call their countries. They were nation-based people. So that these terms that we have now, like Spain, Macedonia, Slovenia, even when you're in Greece, you're dealing with principalities. You're dealing still with nations. But the organization of nations created cities. Cities created countries. Countries created continents. And now we're living calling words. What did Africans call the continent of Africa? I don't think they had a word for Africa. I don't think they had a word for the continent, because they were based on nations. They were more concerned about what they call their nations as opposed to their continent. It's a different way of thinking of the world. See, the first thing Europeans do when they take something over is they build fences. And they create boundaries to Africa and to indigenous peoples. We didn't own the land. The land wasn't ours. We were caretakers of the land for the greater spirit that had endowed us with life. So the idea of owning something or labeling something didn't exist. There might have been other labels that describe different phenomena, normally natural, but they were principalities. Like it wasn't called Macedonia. It was called something else, but this land area became Macedonia. That's where Philip, whose son was Alexander, came from. And Aristotle was Philip's tutor and became Alexander's tutor. And then Aristotle's going to come to Egypt because he's already been influenced by his teacher, and his teacher has been influenced by Plato. And so, like, you know, Aristotle's teacher, Plato. See, here's how you know it's nonsense. Aristotle, anybody know what Aristotle is known as the father of science? Okay, he's known as science, the father of science. Do you know what Plato, his teacher, was the father of? Philosophy. Now think about this. I consider myself a student of Professor John Henry Clark. Okay? And so basically, I consider myself, I teach history. Because Dr. Clark taught history. And when I sat before the brother, elder brother, ancestor now, I learned history because he's the father of African history. So how are you going to become the father of science when your teacher was the father of philosophy? What it was is he just took all the books, located them in Alexandria, rewrote them, and put his name on them. And that's going to come in with the essay where the brother, John Williams, is talking about the Stolen Legacy, a review where he reviews Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James. So that this is how you know that all this is nonsense. And not just that, he wrote so many books. They say he wrote 400, 500 books on all these different subjects. Well, wait a minute now. Who was your teacher? Who taught you all this? Well, ain't nobody taught him. He stole the books that the Kebites had written and rewrote them and sent them in Alexandria. And anything he didn't understand, he destroyed. And Bishop Landa did the same thing to the Native American codices of the Maya people. Did the same exact thing. Today in Spain, they have this big activity that they call the Day of the Bonfire. And the Day of the Bonfire is the celebration of bringing all the books of the Moors into Spain and burning them. They call them works of the devil because they were in Arabic. Yet all of their books were translated into Latin from Arabic. This is who you're dealing with. Please, my sister.
Oh, I just wanted to add or share that when I was a student at college, and it was they wanted me to be like the president of the Black History Association, and I knew that my nationality, I couldn't accept that title, and I shared with them because so many of the other sisters and brothers was from other nationalities. They too did not want to be called black. You know, so we had to all come back with names, and some said diaspora, others said what have you, but then I took them to a scripture that was in the Bible that they accepted, and it was, if I'm not mistaken, Revelation 1st chapter, verse 4 and 7, where it mentions about the landmass at first being Asia, and I guess before the floods, and you know, it became whatever the names were after that. So we went to, of course, the internet, and we did our research. I was getting ready to do it again now, but I don't have time. But it mentioned that Asia, whatever, the word Asia only means first. It's nothing for nobody to be all, you know, spooked out about it. So we call ourselves the Asiatic Students Association. Then people thought we was all Muslims or Muslims when we weren't. Some of us were, others were not. So then we decided just to go ahead and become African Students American students of African descent, but you cannot belong, you can't be an African American because that's two continents. And black, if you look it up in the dictionary, which some people still want to consider themselves, like our brother Kaba was sharing with us, it means something negative, something that's not positive, you know, as opposed to white in the dictionary, it means something positive. So from my understanding, white means purity, purity means God, and God means ruler of the land. And I've never met a European or a Caucasian, when I asked their nationality, that told me they was white. We label them that. They know that they're not white. I can be white. So with that, I say peace.
By the way, my sister, when you said about Mesopotamia, the major nation of Mesopotamia was called Sumer. I just realized I didn't answer your question. Sumer, the Sumerians.
Yeah, because when I see it
Yes.
in text, when I'm reading about, I'm trying to get a handle on where geographically they're talking about.
Yes. Yeah, you're basically talking about that. And then you have the Elamites. And then when you go to Persia, or what we today call Iran, you have the Medians. And again, I encourage us to look at the works of, and you see there's books out here that have it. In fact, my study guide lists the books, you know, that really talk about these different nations of that were African before there were ever Europeans in this area, what we call Eurasians. Before people came from the north and came down, these were all inhabited by people that were deeply melanated, very curly hair, wide nose, thick lip, broad nasal index, and brow ridge. And it's depicted in their photographs, their carvings, who the first Mesopotamians are, or Sumerians, or Elamites. It's there. And if you go to the book, The African Presence in Early Asia, you know, Runoko Rashidi and James Brunson, I mean, they've done some really phenomenal work. In this piece, the first piece that I'm going to read to you and talk to you about in terms of James Brunson, you know, James Brunson has phenomenal pictures of people who you're going to see in places like Pylos, you know, which is all in these areas that we're talking, or Mycenae, Mycenae. These are all places that are said to be within this Mediterranean basin, but when you look at the walls, they're African peoples. And African peoples, we have to be careful even in that designation of African people, because see, all these names divide us. And for as long as it divides us, it creates little camps of people where we don't realize that in Congo you have children born who are anywhere between a very well melanated to being albinoid. In Ethiopia you have people born that don't have very curly hair, they have wavy hair. In Australia you have people born with blonde hair. And all of this has to do with the gene pool and the relationship of the organism to the sun. But what white supremacy has done, it has bit us. And we have become like those who bit us, and so therefore all of our perceptions have been tainted by the parasite. So that you can have people that are well melanated, you can have people that may not be as melanated, but they're both African. You can have people with very curly hair, and you can have people that do not have very curly hair, may have wavy hair, may have straight hair, such as the Australians. They haven't been impacted by Eurasians. In their gene pool, they were born. And when you understand sebum and the impact that sebum, the oily waxy substance, has on the scalp, and you understand how people live, then you can understand why people would come out looking the way they look. But because we're living in a world that is white supremacist, everything is based on your complexion, your hair texture, the width of your nose. And we're getting caught up in that. But once you get to the science of it, then you understand what the science behind all of this is. So, what I'd like to do is maybe take a break before I get into these 4 subject areas. And what we'll do is that in this break, the vendors that we have, what do we have as as people who are vending? Just so we know. Downstairs?
They have jewelry, apparel, hats, t-shirts, and so forth.
And in the back there's food?
Yes.
Food there? Okay.
Not on the floor.
Veggie, it's a veggie faluta, coleslaw, and guacamole.
It's really good.
Water and snap.
Okay.
All right.
Just to give you a little sense of what I brought, I noted I had come before with the little pieces that I talked about counting. Well, I was able to order from the company actual pieces here. Also, in each one of our homes, we should have a telescope and a microscope. If you want to do anything in your home, you have a telescope and a microscope so that our children can see the big world and so they can see the inner world. And so I brought both with me. Oils. Heru has his pieces here. I have DVDs. And my book on Professor William Leo Hansberry. Now, Hansberry is interesting because a lot of what I'm talking about, the Kushites, Dr. Ben was to Egypt what Hansberry was to Ethiopia. So my research on Ethiopia and Kush is what grounds me in the deeper understanding of that Mediterranean basin. And it's important that we understand the Kushites, because it's only when you understand the Kushites that you can understand the Kemites. My brother Greg, how long will we take a break for, do you think?
15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay, it's like 5:06 now. What do you say, like about maybe 5:20, something like that? Okay, let's take a break, family, and we'll come back in 15. Hotel.
We do have the copies of the first class here. Tomorrow, 3 p.m., Dr. Walter Williams will be here. If you guys are free, I hope you can free up your schedule. But he'll be here tomorrow from 3 to 6.
I'm concerned about all that.
Yes.
Help.
So I just, the thing about seltzer water is that I like the kick of seltzer water, you know, and it got me away from drinking sodas,
Okay.
you know, with the sugars and things like that, you know. You know, I tell people I ain't no saint, I tell you that right now. You know, before my days of being vegetarian, I used to kick back some pork, I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. I'm honest. Hey, I used to judge a city by how their spare ribs tasted. Gary, Indiana was the best. Chicago, Los Angeles, oh my goodness, I ate chitlins and Baltimore and South.
I ate it because my mother.
Ooh-wee.
My father gave me 20 years of age. I stopped.
Check in, brother.
It might be your.
Stopped on my own. My mother died and I stopped. I didn't see
Good? Okay. Yeah, oh wow. And then I read a book called Animal AIDS, Animals in Digestive System by Michael T. Joseph. And that was it. I've been I was on and off vegetarian for a very long time, maybe 40, 45 years.
That's great.
But I became strict vegetarian probably 30 years,
That's good.
where nothing with a mouth go in my mouth. You know. But it took a road to get here. That's why I understand. I tell people, you know, like, you know, don't get sanctimonious. You know, like when you quit something, people get sanctimonious. I know what it is to be kicking back some ribs, you know. And nobody gonna talk me out of my ribs in Savannah. I'll tell you that right now.
What did you say about the book?
Michael T. Joseph. He was an accountant that worked in a slaughterhouse. And his office was on the second floor. And he looked down, and his book was what he saw happen on the slaughterhouse floor. And from that point on, I couldn't. Now, the reason why I'm vegetarian, number 2 reason is because of what it does to the human body. Because you don't have enzymes to break meat down. Okay? But my number 1 reason for being vegetarian more is spiritual. And that is that I'm at the point in my life where I do not believe that it is correct to kill an animal when I know there's so many other things I could eat in its place. See, once you know better, you got to do better.
That's so true.
So now I know better. And there's no reason why one of the Creator's creations has to be sacrificed for me to eat when I know there are so many other wonderful things that I could eat. So that's my number one reason for being vegetarian now. Now, I've grown to that. But that first one was when I figured out what happened on that slaughterhouse floor. I couldn't handle meat no more. And I had a thing for chicken fajitas. You know, McDonald's chicken fajitas at that. Yeah, I was into Crack Donald. Crack Donald, Murder King, Haunted Castle. I kicked it all. You know, and I enjoyed it. I licked my lips. You know, but
Is your whole family vegetarian?
not necessarily. We're, you know, and I believe in leading by example. And I never forced it on them, because I once had a friend that his family were hippies back in the 60s, you know, and they were straight up vegetarian. And he said that growing up and the influences around him, he said the first thing he did when he went to college was to get a whole pizza and a case of beer. And he said he swore off that for the rest of his life. He'd been eating meat and everything else since then. And he said maybe if his fathers and mother hadn't forced it, maybe he would have grown into it. And I've often believed in doing it by example. You know, if my family could see me, they are not where they used to be, you know, and there's means of growth, you know, but I just don't force, because when you force, you drive them to what it is that you want them to move away from. Whereas if you lead by example and show you can be healthy and, you know, moving around and enjoying food, enjoying eating, you know, because I do the cooking in my house, you know, and I enjoy it.
I know you do.
I have my own pans too,
Me too. Me three.
my own fork.
That's how I stay married.
Spoon.
My husband had to buy his set, I buy mine.
That's the bottom line.
That's it.
Nothing against anybody, it's just that, you know, I don't want no pork on my fork.
Learn.
But it took a while to get here, because I'm telling you, I used to lick my lips on that. Chicken wings, oh wait.
Oxtails, deer meat. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Stop.
Hot sauce.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I still do hot sauce now. In fact, I make my own hot sauce. And it's hot too. Scotch bonnet, all that, oh yeah. Please, my sister. Because I'm still, I still engage in byproducts. You know, I put milk in my coffee, and there are times I like to eat ice cream, and sometimes I eat cake. Those are all things that I will grow to, you know, but right now, like I say, the most important, for me, it's the sacrifice of the animal. That's my number one reason, but there are still things that I enjoy, you know, and I don't do it frequently, but I do it enough not to call myself a vegan, you know, but I'm gonna grow, you know, and I know that, yeah, we all are, you know, and, you know, I want to grow into it where I'm enjoying it. I'm a vegetarian. They say never, but I just can never see myself eating meat again. I just can't. But they say never, but I can't say that about putting milk in my coffee. I can't say that about using brown sugar, which I use. You know, there are things that I just can't say now.
Yeah, but a guava's good.
Say again?
That's what I use now, guava.
Yeah, but just, you know, and Dr. Sabi, because I've been going to Sabi since '88.
Okay.
And he encouraged us to use maple syrup. And
I've heard
I've
that
tried
too.
maple syrup in my
And that's
coffee.
Not the same. Oh, it doesn't. So,
I'd rather quit drinking coffee
I
than
know that.
put maple syrup. If I can't have a real thing, they ain't gonna go down. You know, and I still have a thirst to enjoy life. There are things that I enjoy. And I've given up so much in so many ways of my past. I don't want to become unhappy.
That's it.
What I do, I want to be ready to do. And I've often said there's nothing better than arriving at a place in life when it's your time.
Yes.
Where you'll never look back. Like I'll never look back and miss meat. I just wouldn't do that. But I'm at the point now where I still will miss my taster's choice. So I gotta keep drinking coffee and put a little bit of milk and a couple pieces of sugar up in there. Brown sugar, at least that's better than white sugar. But that's just an excuse I put in my head just so I can put that sugar in there. But that's me, you know, right now that's me, and I encourage us to move where you can enjoy your life, because when all is said and done, if you're not enjoying this process, you know.
What's the purpose of living?
Yeah, and you know, to me there are things that I feel much better now, but I still enjoy certain things, and every so often I like my Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah, that's the best. But
Sometimes I like it, you know.
Ooh, that put on so much weight.
Oh, the reason I'm glad.
Yeah, but you see, moderation.
I don't know how to just eat a little bit.
Yeah, you see, that's the other point of all this. It's behavior modification.
I don't even eat it.
One of the things that I noticed in Europe
I let it go.
is that they have small plates, and their pastries are light. They're not heavy with sugar. They also are happy with a square pastry, small, you know. And so to me, it's always been important to do things in moderation. And sometimes where we live, we do things, once we get something, we can't control what we do. And so, you know, moderation to me is important. I get my coffee, I put whatever it is, but I don't drink it all day long. You know, I just have what I enjoy, move on to the next thing. Sometimes I have ice cream, but I don't have it all the time. And see, when I buy it, my family get on my case, because when I buy it, I'm ready to eat it in 6 days. But it's gone by then. It's gone after the second day.
And I can understand why. But yogurt could be good.
But you see, my thing is like, you know, they say, well, you waited too long.
Yeah,
I say, well, that's no excuse.
it really is.
You know, you could have left a little bit up in there for
I
a minute.
know the last of it at least.
So I've learned, I eat out. You know, when I'm going to do it, I eat out. And the other thing, I hide stuff. I got hiding places where I hide stuff, right? And so they say, hey, do you have any chocolate? I said, I ain't got no chocolate. I got that hidden, because when I'm willing to share,
Yeah, but don't take
but
it
when I'm ready to get it,
and it is.
that's when I'm going to let you know I got it.
That's it.
Because then I say, oh, you want some of this? They say, how long you had that? I had that 3 weeks. But I wasn't going to bring it out 3 weeks ago because I wasn't ready to eat it.
That's right.
Behavior modification. You know, like I can get things and don't indulge in them, and then I get a taste for it. And then I indulge, but then I share, and in sharing, I don't eat the whole thing. I just share it, you know. So,
That's wonderful.
huh?
That's wonderful. I mean, that's a good concept, you know.
Yeah, but some people don't share.
Yeah.
Even if you buy it for them, you wait till they open it and you want to taste it and they say no. And that's crazy.
But I understand, though, what they're going through.
Yeah.
You know, because there's a number of people in my family, so it's not like just a few people. But, you know, my thing is that when I buy it, I have a taste for it when I see it.
Yeah.
Vanilla fudge ice cream. Wow, I have a taste for it. But by the time I get home, I don't have a taste for it.
Ice cream, they don't have that.
But in 6 days, all of a sudden, I say, wow, I think I'm going to get me some of that vanilla fudge. I go up in the freezer, it's gone.
What in the world? And you can't hide
And I
that.
say, what happened to the vanilla
You
fudge?
can't hide that.
They say it's been gone 3 days. And I said, well, that ain't right. They said, well, it's real. It may not be right, but it's real. Next time you better get it when you get it.
I know
That's why I hide.
I know that feeling, man. I can have something at home, though I already have it, and I'll be in the store still getting the same thing.
Yeah, and it's, but, you know, to me, I think life is meant to be enjoyed.
it is.
But you also we have to be mindful and careful of what we enjoy,
Too much of
you know,
Yeah.
and too much of anything is not a very good thing. And so, but I'm not where I used to be, and I'm not where I want to be,
Yeah, same.
but I still indulge in byproducts.
Trying to break that up.
I'm working on it. So, what you're looking at here is the essay that I'll download to you, if you so choose to get the downloads. This is the African presence in the ancient Mediterranean world. And this is, and you'll have to adjust the rotation. Oops. which is the first essay. And what I've done is I have blocked out the essay that you'll be reading. And this one is the African presence in the ancient Mediterranean Isles and mainland Greece. And the book is The African Presence in Early Europe. So if you have the book, then you just go to that chapter. That's what we're using today. And there are just a number of things that I found to be very interesting, you know, as it relates to understanding the presence of African people in this particular area. And remember, what I also want to do is I want you to keep in mind this map. And this essay is talking about this area. And, you know, he says that at an early period, the Sahara region and the Mediterranean shared close cultural kinships. And he's going back 7,300 to 4,000 BC. The Sahara served as a lush vegetative region, which is also very important to understand, because when you look at North Africa, and then you look at the Sahara, and then you look at the Mediterranean, what you're looking at is very serious trade going on in this part of the world. What's going to happen is you're going to have a very serious ice age. The worm ice age is going to hit basically above the 51st parallel, which is going to cut Europe in half. It's going to cut Ireland in half. It's going to cut England in half. It's going to go across the polar belt, even to America. We spoke about it last week in terms of the ice ages. While the northern climate is having the ice, is going to be very heavy rain in Africa. That's good and that's bad. The good part is that in those areas where there's going to be heavy rain, the good thing is that it will grow in areas where the land can handle the heavy rain. Everything is going to grow lush. It's going to grow big. It's going to grow wonderful. But in other areas, the ground is going to become saturated. And in it becoming saturated, and then the heat on top of that saturation is going to burn the land. And that burnt land is going to become what we call Sahara. Now that Sahara is not going to come into existence until 8,000, maybe 5,000, somewhere in there, because we don't know time, BC. But before that, in the lushness of the land, before the Ice Age, it was just all green land. It was growing great vegetation. It had a lot of minerals. It had wonderful things, and there was a lively trade that occurred. And the way in which they traded was to move from North Africa across the Mediterranean Sea into the countries that bounded the Mediterranean basin, such as France, Spain, Italy, Greece, Turkey. What we today call countries like Albania and Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia, these were all African places. The Kushites lived there. There were no Europeans there yet, because those Africans that had been locked up into the Ice Age, even before the Ice Age really impacted them, they still were locked up there. They were not in this area. But Africans, because of trade, were in this area. So the point that I'm making is there's a reason why Africans would be in the Mediterranean basin. And this is going to, later on in our next class, we're going to come down into North Africa, and I'm going to show you in places in North Africa where you're going to have the Numidian nation, and you're going to have what's called Carthage, or Carthage, and the story of the Phoenicians. Now, when you see the Phoenicians they show you are basically what might be considered a mixed people. called Semitic people. Semitic means mixture. Semite is not a language. As you were, my bad. Semite is a language. It's not a people. You cannot be Semitic. You speak Semitic, but you're not Semitic. See, this has been created in the minds. This is an illusion that we bought into. Please, brother.
So Semite is not a people, it's a language?
It's a language, yeah. It's a language, which means mixture. At the base of the Semitic language is the African language, but Indo-European probably is built over that because of environment. They had words that they brought into the vocabulary, which created a syntax and grammar of the language. But you cannot be a Semite. A Semite isn't a person, it's a language. And Semite, semi, means mixture. So in this area here, there's going to be, in this area that you see that's light, all of this area here is going to be Cushitic for thousands of years. This is where you see the temples of Manoah, you see the temples in Crete, Cyprus, Malta, you go to Israel, Lebanon, you're dealing with a Canaanite nation in this part of the world, which then is going to move into Syria, and that's why Syria, Lebanon was part of Syria. That's the ongoing battle. The same way Kuwait was part of Iraq. But because of the geographic location, Lebanon was cut away from Syria. Because of oil, Kuwait was cut away from Iraq. And puppet governments were put in place. So it becomes important as we're moving through this conversation, looking at what we're going to get into future with the Moors, that this is the lively trade going on in this part of the world. It's real, and it's happening. And there's a reason for it, because you don't have the Sahara that separates the northern part of Africa from what they call, you know, sub-Saharan Africa. That doesn't exist. Before 10,000 BC, sub-Sahara, there was no Sahara, so therefore it was a joined land. There is evidence that at some point in time, in fact, they've done x-rays of North Africa, and what they find is that there are tunnels under the desert that many of the people that were doing trading didn't want to stop trading, but they couldn't cross the desert. So what they did is they built tunnels underground, and they would come up and they built little cities. And what do we call those little cities today in a desert? Say it. An oasis, where they came up for water, fresh air, feed the animals, and they go back down. In fact, animal bones have been found in these tunnels. There's a brother named Yosef Ben Levi out of Chicago doing some phenomenal work on looking underground of the North African desert, because they didn't want to stop trading. But they knew they couldn't cross deserts like that. So they built underground tunnels where they would travel for miles. And that's another thing about the Egyptian, the Kemetic temples. I went into some temples where I had to stop walking. I thought I was going to end back up in New York. I say that in jest, but they're deep. There are tunnels that go for long places. You know, it go for a couple miles. I had to stop walking because I didn't know where I was going to end up. And I didn't know if I found my way back. So I said, let me stop here and go back. I know my way now. Our ancestors were absolutely geniuses when it came to engineering, but we just haven't been exposed to it, so that thoughts that don't go into your mind never manifest themselves, so that when someone tells an absolute lie, when someone tells a perfect lie, the truth is unbelievable. And that's what we're experiencing. They have convinced us that we are primitive, as opposed to the master builders that we are, the master thinkers that we are. And you don't have to go far to see it. Like I tell people, you don't have to go back to Kemet for a classical African civilization. You can go back to the plantation. The people on the plantation, that was a classical African civilization. When you go to the Caribbean, Central South America, and you observe what African people did, that's a classical African civilization. See, we all think we got to go back into ancient history. You don't have to. You go to the civil rights movement. That's a classical African civilization. So to be put upon the way in which people were put upon and yet still they rise. I think what's happening today, and I think Donald Trump is correct. He is going to make America great again. Because he's forcing people. Like I tell people everywhere I go, I say, good morning. This is a wake-up call. Good morning. And that's going to force people to get together. It's going to force us to put down these superficial complexion, hair texture, language we speak. Okay? People say, no, that Willie Lynch, he got to die. To bring back that commonality, that struggle that we once had, that now is looking at us right in the face. We're being forced to get up, stand up, like Bob Marley said. So, one of the things that you're looking at as you go through this essay, and these are just some of the things that become important, is that, you know, when you look at, and the picture may not be that great, but I just want to show it to you. I'm going to have to do this with all the pictures that I have, because when I scanned it, I had to scan it this way. Oops. These are some of the and I could just really just show you one, but this is Libya, found by Phaestos, Phaestos. Now, when you look at the way in which our ancestors did their artwork, one of the things that is very important to understand is that when you see these little marks on the face of a beard, that means the hair was very curly. Because you can see other pictures that was meant to be what might be considered to be Aryan or Indo-European, where the hair is carved differently, where it is meant to look like it's straight. When you see this on the face or on the head, this depicts an Africoid head. And again, this is a figure of Bes that's found in Knossos, again in the Mediterranean area. It's a silver pendant of Bes. Bes was the first Netcher brought from Inner Africa north. This is the head, the body. Okay, here you have a Minoan captain from Knossos, 1550 to 1500 BC. Very clear African face. The hair, purposely made to be very curly. Okay, down here, this is a jewel relief fragment. A head of a black woman wearing earrings. You can see the earrings. I saw a sister on 125th Street had earrings look like that. Or on Broad Street, we're in New Jersey. And again, look at the hair, the brow ridge, the nasal index, the prognostic jaw, the width of the lips. See, this becomes important when you're deciphering. You got to know what you're looking for. Now, these are These are domestic and maritime exhibitions, again from the Mediterranean area. You might not see it, but these are ships. In the book is a much better picture. But you can see the maritime, you can see the boats, and you can see Africans on the boats. Which again, it depicts the presence of Africans on the Mediterranean Sea. That's the point I'm trying to make. And once you start reading some of the material, it becomes clearer and clearer how dominant African people were on the Mediterranean Sea. And here you have a war scene. And you have a pastoral scene. This one, page 50, that's the pastoral scene. That's showing the everyday life of the pastors taking care of animals, African peoples. And this is in the Mediterranean area. And then down on the next page is a war scene where you see Africans. Okay? Now, something I just want to show you here. Look, here's the boxers. These are boxing princes. And again, you see the variation. But it's obvious that they have braids, because you would normally see with when they were depicting the Eurasian, the hair would be free flowing. But when you specifically see things that look like braids, they purposely wanted you to see that the hair was separated into different braids, like braids would look. And again, these are people of varying complexions. You know, where they go from, because remember in the Mediterranean you don't have the heat of the sun, so therefore they might be a lighter complexion brown. But basically these are still an African people. Their hair texture may be a little bit different, may not be as curly, but still these are an African people. These are not a mixed people yet. Here you have a a stag hunt, hunting for animals. Here, the bow and arrow, and here you have the individual, obviously of African descent. You can see by the face. Here you have someone of African descent on what might be considered a chariot. And by the way, this is a ring for the finger. And on the bottom you have the spearman and the lion. It's a gold bead seal found in Mycenae. So, this basically, and then all of these other have the, has pictures. There's the prince again, the priest. Portrait of an African piece from Pylos. See, all this is in the Mediterranean area, and like I say, you're not going to hear them say Greece, you're not going to hear them say Slovenia. They're talking about different national groups, such as geographic locations like Pylos or Mycenae, not necessarily what we today would call a country. Here you have up here, again, look at the way in which they depicted the hair. Okay, this is a mirror handle, which means that they had mirrors, which that they had mastered technology to the level that they could make mirrors, which meant they had to have an understanding of glass. See, these are the little things that when you know, it tells you the type of technology, because you can't be thinking on this level if you have not moved through higher levels of thinking. And so all of this is evidence of it, and this is what I try to walk us through, because there really is no way I could ever spend the kind of time I'd like to going through everything. But there are other things that I can go through. And then, of course, what I just want to share with you is James Brunson, a genius photojournalist. His notes, which is very important when you study the notes, because he's not coming from nowhere with this information. This brother's done some serious study, and that's why Dr. Van Sertima had such respect for him, because James Brunson, there's some serious research went into doing this essay. Okay, so that's one of them. That's one of the essays. And with what our brief overview did, and that's why I wanted to do it this way, because what this brief overview did is that now when you go back to study on your own, you have a sense of what we've talked about. So when you go into the actual writing, you start to embellish, enhance, reach out, and you'll come with certain things. You say, wow, of course. But what I've attempted to develop in terms of the way in which I teach, or I try to develop these types of classes, is to get you going in order for you to understand the reading from another perspective. The next one is Black Athena. Okay, now there's been discussion about Black Athena. Okay, I can understand. Great book. Written by Martin Bernal. They now have three volumes of Black Athena, and it's called The African and Levantine Roots of Greece. And of course, Levantine, you know, the reason why they call, that they've corrected ISIS to ISIL, is because ISIS, the last S represents Syria. ISIL with the L represents the Levant. The Levant is an area, not a particular country. Now, this was the challenge that some folk had towards Martin Bernal, phenomenal scholar. But they said that in his book, he was attempting to include a certain group of non-African people in the history of Egypt. He did a phenomenal job in exposing the Africanness of it, but it appeared that he was trying to include people in the development of Kemet that didn't belong there. So that's why he calls it the Levant. Egypt don't have no Levantine roots. It's Cushitic roots, period. End of conversation. There are influences from the Levant after the kingdoms of Kemet, but not in building of Kemet. And so that's the point that I just want to make. But with that, I wouldn't want to take away from us the ability to look at this work, because he has done some phenomenal research here. And so, again, just going through some of Black Athena by Martin Bernal, what he's actually talking about is the depth of the language. And what I liked about this is that the origins of the many non-Indo-European elements in the Greek language, toponyms and divine and mythological names, come from Africa. That's what I think is very instructive here. Because at the core of the Greek language, I'm going to just go off for a moment, because now that I said that, I should have included this. In my presentation. I didn't get a chance to do it, but I'll do it now. We talk about Dr. Walter Williams. Okay, this is part of his work. Okay? This comes out of his book, The Historical Origins of Christianity. So when I say that there is no Greek language, when I say there is no Latin language, what I mean is that here is the Medunetta symbol for the letter A. It's represented by a vulture. At some point in time, the symbols, see, in order to study language, you have to study sounds. For instance, when our ancestors, many thousands of years ago, saw a falcon overhead and come down, the span of the wings as it was flapping made a sound. The sound it made was so the sound of the bird's wings became the name Heru, 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 Heru. The word for heart is Ab. The word for soul is Ba. But what does the heart sound like when it's beating? Upper, 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 upper. You see? So when we're looking at the early formations of languages, now there are people that take what I'm saying to another level. I understand that, okay? But this is a Kaba thought. And a Kaba thought with a lot of inside research, not so much on deciphering Medunetta, which is very important. There are people far better than myself doing this. Raketi Wimby is one. You can go to Chicago, to the Center for Inner City Studies, doing phenomenal work. Okay, so I don't say that. There's other people doing great work, far greater than mine.
You said Raketi what?
Raketi Wimby, Rekhety Wimby. She's on the internet. If you Google her, she teaches Medunetta online. She has some good books too. But what I'm trying to get to is the beginnings of language. The beginnings of language is not going to come by just making words up. It's going to come from your sensory perceptions, looking at the things around you, and in order for you to be able to identify those things, you create a collective word that every time you see it, that's what it becomes. Your first entry of intellect is your perceptual world, which is your senses. Okay? Out of your senses, you build images. From images, you bring words that describe that, and then you have an intuition that allows you to understand what you've created. So when I look what's right now, that's a chair. But it took a while for me to get to call that a chair. And if I were in another part of the world, I might call it something different, but it still would mean chair. So that the beginnings of language come from an association of your perceptual world that leads you to create an image, that leads you to create a concept or a word for your image, and then you intuitively begin to refer back. Every time I see anything look like that, it's a chair. Even if it's not a chair, if it's shaped like that, I'll call it a chair. It could be a table that you set things up on, but I say, wow, that looked like a chair, okay? Now, the reason why I tell you this is because in order for us to go back and understand this world, this Mediterranean world, you have to put these things in place and be very clear intellectually what you're talking about. And so this is what we do with language. So they saw a vulture, and the vulture makes a sound. Ak, ak, ak. So they drew a picture of a vulture, and when they saw the vulture made the sound ak, so they described ak, that would then become a script. And from this script, they created a second script, which became that. That is what the Greeks took and made the letter A. The Greeks, who were the teachers of the Romans, that became that. And then, of course, what the Romans added was lowercase. See, the only thing we're concerned about in language, really, is the consonants. Vowels are meant to separate through sound consonants. English is very interesting because they got short A, long A. They have a doctor's A. So there's different variations that you're dealing with. The same thing with the B. When you go down all of these Medunetta symbols, here's the lion representing the letter L, which is going to become that in script. Going to become that which they're going to take to the next level script, which the Greeks are going to do that to. It's going to go across, and that's the Roman, and that's what we do. In other words, what I'm saying is that there is no Greek language, because Dr. Van Sertima says to have a language, you have to have a script that's particular to that language. English is not a language. Spanish is not a language. Italian, German, not a language. Romanian, not a language. Because they all use what? Roman script. Roman script is Greek script. Greek script is Kamenic or Egyptian script. But now let me take you back and show you where it came from in Egypt, which is the Coptic language. That's Ethiopia. Cushitic again. And so here you have the Coptic A. That's why the Coptic Greek and Coptic Egyptian is so close. And many people believe that the language Giz is the vocalization of the symbolic pictographic language of Medunetta. And then you add numbers. And that's where the Romans got that all stuff messed up. Because what the Romans did, they took letters and made them numbers. Confused the whole thing. So the only time we ever see Roman numerals now is on buildings or on old movies. What did they do for 1,000? What's the letter for 1,000? Say again? Close. Close. 1,000. It's okay. I would have forgotten it too, because it don't mean nothing. It don't mean anything. That's why we don't use it anymore. It's M. M.
Or see that a lot.
And 500 is what?
C, I thought too. Maybe C is 100.
D. 100 is C. Okay. 50 is L. 10 is, and 1 or 5 is, and then the singular is I. None messed all that up. They had to throw that stuff away. That stuff don't even work no more. This is how we know they didn't invent that. Okay? So I just wanted to show you this. This is something that I do in terms of just understanding Medunetta. And again, those of you who come to see Walter Williams tomorrow, his book, Historic Origins of Christianity, Historical Origins of Islam. I think he's working on one with Judaism. Dr. Williams, elder to me, great friend of mine, spent some time with him in Chicago. I love and respect the brother dearly. You know, for those of you who come, you will get a kick out of him tomorrow. I'll tell you that right now. Because he's quite an animated brother. He's an elder brother, but he's just absolutely brilliant. I have a great deal of respect for his scholarship and what he's done, and his just depth of understanding, you know. But this is what we're talking about in the African roots of Greece. Because Greece is going to be where, for whatever reason, that's what's going to be brought down to us. But there were other places that were as powerful when you look, because when you're looking at Greece, you know, you're looking at Greece over here. Okay? But there's a reason why this would be, because it's just above Kemet or Egypt. And many of the human beings, many of the people that lived in this area came to Kemet to study. Thales of Miletus, and we'll talk about some of the scholars as we get into. And again, this is just going over the reading so that you can get a better sense once you start reading it. And what I want to do now is look at the stolen legacy. Which is the next essay. And just to give you a sense of what he's talking about. Oh man. Okay. Just to give you a sense of what he's talking about is that he breaks down. See, now here's where you get the sense that the Cushites that were in this part of the world brought this knowledge there, because what George G.M. James did in Stolen Legacy and what John Williams is writing out here is the fact that here are the pre-Socratic Ionian schools, okay? You have the school of Thales of Miletus. Now here's the key. I taught Cush and Kemet in college, SUNY New Paltz, upstate. And I taught this class, and there were people in the classics department that sort of kind of challenged me. They wanted to know a little bit more. And here was my question to them. And this is what you ask classical students and teachers when you want to talk about exactly where all this information came from. You'll see that Thales of Miletus is said to live 620 to 546, give or take. Here's the question. Ask any classicist, who taught Thales of Miletus? That's the question. Who taught Thales of Miletus? And the reason why is because Thales of Miletus is really considered to be the first person of Greek or Ionian background or Milesian background that comes on the scene in the classical world. 620. 620. The 25th dynasty had already risen and fallen. The Persians were on their way into Africa by this time. And yet this is as far back as you can go. Then you have Anaximenes, and then you have Pythagoras. But Pythagoras, in other works, such as Iamblichus, and I know I'm throwing this at you, but I'm just doing it for the DVD to be able to go back sometime and to be able to see. But what I want to frame for you is there was a contemporary of Pythagoras, even elder to Pythagoras. His name was Iamblichus. I-A-M-B-L-I-C-H-U-S, Iamblichus, who is recorded as telling Pythagoras, if you want to get the knowledge and wisdom of the world, go to Egypt, or whatever they call Egypt. Go there, because that's where all the students go. In other words, the same way people say, if you really want to get into stuff, come to the United States. Well, Egypt was the United States of the ancient world. If you wanted to be anything or anybody, you went to Egypt. And by the way, his name was not Pythagoras. His name was Pythagora. So these are the so-called early people. Now, Ionia was in Asia Minor. Asia Minor is the countries we today call Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and you could go even deeper eastward and northward into Turkey, or they also went in Egypt, but Asia Minor is considered to be that part of the world. That's why they're trying to make Egypt the Middle East, because they're trying to pull Egypt out of Africa. And so they're in the what's called the Eleatic philosophers. You have Xenophanes, Parmenides, and Zeno. And you can see those dates. And Elia is located in southern Italy, which again, you're going back to Kush, inside these places. Now you have the Ionian school. See, this is where you're getting closer to what is going to become Greece. Ionian. Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, that we need to cover, because I'm going to do a review, because I think that there are folk here first time. First time? Yeah, so we'll do a review of what we've done, very quick one, but I guess we should do this anyway for the tape's sake, because one of the things that I really appreciate about this class, this one in particular, is the fact that I'm going to be covering materials that years past, when I've done things on the Moors, I never discussed them. Quite frankly, because I really didn't realize how important they really were. I have since learned their importance. And so today's class is going to deal with North Africa, ancient North Africa, dealing with the countries that we call Carthage and Numidia, which has a lot to do with the formation of who would come in to Europe. And what's important about this class is that it's not really that important for us to focus on Spain right now, because we know that through history that there was already evidence of Africans in Spain. There was evidence of Taharqa of the 25th dynasty in Spain. There is evidence of North Africans during the time of Hannibal and his father Hamilcar Barca. The idea of the study of this family, the Barca family, their position in the society itself. These are things that we're never really exposed to in our history classes or in our social studies classes. We're not introduced to how grand, how great these Numidians and these Carthaginians are. Of course, one of the sad things that I'll tell you now before the class is going to move through is that what brought Carthage down and eventually even Numidia, and what allowed Rome to take its place, was the fact that Africans were fighting amongst themselves. When you study it and you analyze it. Now, some people are a little uncomfortable with us discussing these types of things, but I'm very comfortable because we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. And one of the great mistakes that I have found that has happened in the past, and we can see it even now, is that in studying history from Kamene straight through, I have never observed peoples outside of African culture being able to defeat African people. What I've noticed is they take advantage of us infighting amongst ourselves. And they take advantage by separating us further in so many different ways. And there's evidence of this real live in our own history. For some of us lived through it. Some of us lived through it in the civil rights movement. Quite frankly, let's look at what happened with Malcolm. You know, a lot of that had to do with infighting. That agencies were able to come in between these great individuals and play on ego, play on mind, play with people's heads and separate them further, and which brought damage basically to both entities. One death and the other, its strength never really happened. So you're going to find that this is going to happen here also. And the more I get into our history, the more I see this constantly. And the more I see how people who don't have something, what they do is take advantage of those that do. And when those that do are able to be penetrated, then there's a serious situation. The opposite of that is evidence even as we're experiencing it right today, as we look at the political scene. There are people who are opposed to each other totally, but they realize that for the greater good of the survival of them as a group, they have to stick together. And so they'll go against everything they believe in simply to keep the group in place. That's smart. They're doing what they have to do. And they're doing it, well, it's fledgling now. It's in big trouble, but it won't last long. But still, they're able to hold on. And that face that they put on, that everything's all right, there's no infighting, there's none of this, there's none of that. You know, we're watching this and we're saying lies. Even they're calling each other lies. So this is a sociological point that I'd like to make today, more than anything else. But first, before we do, let's take care of something in terms of scheduling. Our last class was scheduled for June 17th, I believe. And I think situations, my scheduling is such that that's not going to be an easy day for me. So I'm asking, can we do June 11th, which is the week before, the Saturday before, June 11th, if that works with everybody. Yes, okay. So Greg, can we in place June 11th, and we'll ask Brother Dexter and those here if it's all right. If June
That's Sunday.
no, well then how about that Saturday, June 10th?
10th.
June 10th, yes. If that's all right with the in-house and Minister Brown, it's all right with you also? Okay, so June 10th will be our 6th class. First, let me ask, are there any questions of what we've done so far? Any questions, any comments that you'd like to just raise now? Things that you've gone across. Of course, for those of you who I'm sending the readings out to, as you can see, those essays that I'm sending you are larger than 25 megabytes. So I do apologize for sending them to you, maybe sometimes 8 and 9 at a time. But I have to break them up in fact, even the way I'm scanning them purposely under 25 so that I can get them to you. There's one that I've got to get to those that asked for the essays in the last class. When I spoke to Source of Knowledge Bookstore, they said the books that I've asked us to use, The Golden Age of the Moor and The African Presence in Early Europe, are either very hard to get or extremely expensive. And so I've asked permission and apologies to Dr. Van Sertima and others. And what I'm just doing is I'm scanning them and sending them out, because the information is just too important for you not to have. It's just too, and I'm asking for $30 for the process of scanning them and all that it takes. But the whole compilation of essays, I'm asking for $30. And you'll get them. Some of them I have to break up into 6 and 7 sections. If you have the books, it's fine. But if you don't have the books and you're having difficulty, and they're crazy expensive, and because there's only certain essays I'm asking us to read, it works out that maybe if I could get them to you the way I'm getting them to you would be better than you having to spend an enormous amount of money. Although I believe those books should be in our libraries. All the books that we have, Dr. Van Sertima's library should be. And I guess they know that. And that's why they charge the ridiculousness. I remember you had a celebration for Dr. Van Sertima, I believe, at Medgar Evers. Jan Carew was there.
Thousands came out.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah.
It was quite an event. And I also remember that here in Newark, the last time I saw Dr. Van Sertima was at African Echoes here. It was the last time that I saw him. But his contributions to us is just phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what he contributed to us, just opening up the entire way of looking at Africans in America. It never entered my mind. You know, and it's funny because when you're teaching and you think you know, and someone comes along with some information, it just takes you into another level. Please, brother.
Weren't you with us on the trip
Yes.
to Mexico?
I carried your bag sometimes. I used to help him carry his camera. Ralph Carter was there.
Mm-hmm. Of Good Times,
Yeah.
in case nobody knows who
Ralph Carter, the
is.
actor in Good Times.
Mhm.
He came, and we spent a good, what was it, like 14 days?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
And it was phenomenal. In fact, it's up on YouTube. They came before Columbus is the DVD.
Mm-hmm.
But not just that, but what also Dr. Van Sertima did was that he brought together the finest minds in certain areas, like the African presence in early Europe, the African presence in early Asia, the golden age of the Moor, blacks in science. And he brought together the finest minds in those areas and put it together in an encyclopedic form. He had one piece, Great African Thinkers, where he highlighted Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop. He had another, Great Black Women in Black Women in Antiquity. Yeah, essays on some of the finest, and even one of the essays that we're going to use today, dealing with Hatshepsut, very powerful. I'm sorry, not Hatshepsut, Hannibal. Because to understand Carthage, you have to understand the continuity, and that's what I'm trying to get us to begin to look at in our development of understanding how to study. And that's my great concern, is how to study. See, they keep telling us to study. Don't they tell us in school, study this, study that? But no one has ever taught us how to study. I'd like to do a class just on how to study. To me, I think it would be a phenomenal class just to study how to study. And that has nothing to do with the material that you're studying. It has to do with you understanding how your brain functions and how to connect the neurons to make sense and synthesis of the information. I think I did something on Bloom's taxonomy, talking about Bloom's taxonomy and the importance of understanding Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy. We'll do reviews, because I do know that there are certain folk that have not been here. So, I just want to focus on certain things while I'm giving you the content information. I also want to give you the methodologies of studying, the methodologies of learning this material. Because two of the classes, last class number 2, when we dealt with the Mediterranean, when I did the original 3-part series on the Moors, well, really 6-part series, but when I did the original one, the impact of the Mediterranean wasn't really in my presentation. But since I did that, and you're talking about, wow, you're talking about the year 2000. The first piece that I did, the Moors, this was an overview on the Moors. And basically what I told the group was, you can't understand the Moors if you don't understand the Crusades. Now I'm telling you, you can't understand the Moors if you don't understand the Punic Wars. The Punic Wars, there were 3 of them that took place basically 200 BC on. And what is really important is the Barca family, of which Hannibal was going to be the son of Hamilcar Barca, is going to put up a resistance to the Romans coming in. See, the Romans are going to get into Egypt 30 BC, but the Romans are a threatening force up in the southern part of the Mediterranean and the Mediterranean Sea before even that. And again, see, these are the missing pieces that Dr. Van Sertima used to always talk about when he talked about how African history has been scattered. There was an explosion, and it sent the very nature of this information across the world. And in order for us to be able to regain this, we have to take this information and bring it back in and look at it holistically. And so while the Crusades are important, the Crusades really are the Punic Wars Part 2. And I said, you cannot understand the position you find yourself in today. This is what I told the group back in end of 1999. You can't understand the position we find ourselves in as a people today if you don't understand the Moors. You can't understand the Moors if you don't understand the Crusades. Because that is why I say the danger of episodic history, of which I call corrective history. The traditional way of teaching history is not by you just knowing people, places, events that occurred. And I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Corrective history, the way in which the Moors taught it, they taught corrective history. And again, the way in which it connects your neurons is very different from when you study episodic history, because in episodic history, what you're studying is episodes, okay? But there was a whole bunch of things that happened before that particular period in history that brought that into existence. But without you knowing that, the episode is looked at out of context. So that the way in which you're going to connect your neurons, there's a very good chance that if you don't learn it correctively, you're going to repeat that mistake again. Because you don't know what happened before. By that I mean this. The way I taught it according to the way the Board of Ed told me to teach it. But the way I taught it when I closed the door with the children was what could have happened between 1919 and 1939 that would have avoided World War II. It's a totally different way of studying history. It's called corrective history. Because every civilization that wishes to push itself higher and higher is always hoping never to repeat the same mistakes again. If anywhere in here I'm not making sense, please let me know and I'll just repeat what I'm saying. Because this becomes very important in terms of us understanding our history. Because part of what's happening to us is we're studying episodic history. We're studying episodes. And even though those episodes are great, many times, if you don't see it from a corrective perspective, if you don't see it from what's before, you'll never understand why that occurred. If you don't understand why that occurred, then everything else is going to follow. You'll never understand. Like I'm going to give you a corrective history statement made by Neely Fuller. Here's corrective history. He said, if you're looking at a world, and I'm going to paraphrase it. If you're looking at a world problem and you're not dealing with white supremacy, you ain't dealing with the problem. Think about that. Look at anything that's happening in the world, even today. Look at what's happening. What's at the core of that? Whether they're trying to build a wall or whether they're trying to keep Muslim people out, what's at the core of that problem? Because we've already found out that the great majority of people who overstay their visas, who are in this country so-called illegally, are people from Asia. We already know that. In fact, they've interviewed Asians that have said, I overstayed my visa. So what are they really attempting to do? And in episodic history, you can't see that. So that's why these classes that we're doing here that allows me to look at the Moors, I can take you back now. Because Dr. Phil Valentine and I alternated presentations in Brooklyn. I think the first one I did was November of 1999. And then he did December of 99. I did January of 2000, and we went back 3 times each. And basically that's the DVDs that I have now on the Crusades. And a lot of geography. As you can see, these classes, I've had a lot of geography. Because I need to, I need to ground you in space and time. Because that's part of understanding corrective history. You have to know where it happened, and you have to know when it happened.
Right.
You see? And that's space and time. Time is history, and space is geography. And before you even talk about Moors that would go into Europe, which, episodically speaking, we would never think on that level. The great majority of peoples of African descent still see the Moors as a people of, let's say, what we perceive to be non-African. The great majority. When we think of the Moors, we think of Omar Sharif. You know, ain't nothing wrong with Omar Sharif, but he's not who the Moors were. That's just history. So before we even get there, we have to start talking about the human family and the origin of life in Africa, and that was our first class. Go all the way back. Let's go all the way back and understand how every human being, there's only one race, and that's the human race. And this race was conceived and born, nurtured, sustained, educated, civilized, technologized, and as Dr. Clark say, after Africans got their show together, then they took it on the road. So they brought a technology with them wherever they went. So when we see pyramids all around the world, and when we see different things all around the world, people just didn't decide, oh, hey, let's all build pyramids. That technology was brought there, whether it was in America, or whether it was in Asia, whether it was in Sri Lanka, whether it was in India, whether it was building of the Great Wall. You can go to parts of Southern Africa and you can see the same technology that built the Great Wall of China built the Great Zimbabwe Wall. It's there to be seen. And when we think of Zimbabwe, a lot of times we think of the Monomotapa Empire. When we think of the Monomotapa Empire, we think of a particular geographic location. No, that stretched across the entire southern part of the African continent. When you think about Southern Africa, again, episodic history. You study the Monomotapa Empire. But to really, truly understand what was going on in Southern Africa, you have to understand that it wasn't geographically located in a particular area, although they have uncovered that. The reason why that's been uncovered is because when Europeans went there, they uncovered it. But since then, there have been other great buildings that have been unearthed in Southern Africa that stretch across the entire belt of South Africa. In Nigeria, you have Eredo, E-R-E-D-O, which is a city that's 400 square miles and 100 miles in diameter. Imagine a city that stretches from here to Washington, D.C.
Wow.
The city was up and running 1000 A.D. But if the city was up and running 1000 A.D., how long did it take to build a city like that? And then the time that it took to build a city like that, who were the first thinkers that laid out the groundwork to build that city? And then you got to go back and figure who was the first person that thought, say, let's build a city. So what I am saying is that the very beginnings of Eredo were occurring concurrently with those that were building the pyramids in Kamene.
Right.
The same with Southern Africa. You can go to parts of Central Africa, to Luango and to Kaba, to Luongo in Central Africa. And you have phenomenal cities existing, with governments that are governing, with economic systems that are trading, with communication systems that are, in effect, going on. But because we've not been exposed to this, our minds have been episodically placed so that we just study in episodes.
Right.
So we'll see an Eredo, or we'll see a Monomotapa Empire, but never ask, how many thousands of years did it take to do this? Forget about building it. Just thinking about the math, science, and technology and engineering that went into it. So we have to go back to the origin of life in Africa to begin to put into place an understanding of an African people, unlike the African people that they wish to push in front of us. There's a brilliant brother, Chika Okua, out of Atlanta. I recommend you go to his Facebook page if you get a chance, C-H-I-K-E. Last name is Akua, A-K-U-A. He's a brilliant scholar, educator out of Atlanta. And he talks about the difference between an authentic and an alien culture. And what he does in his 4-minute and 6-second presentation on Facebook is that he talks about the authenticity of African greatness. The idea, and I'll tell you right now how many children I've seen. And like, you know, my thing was, I used to get a kick out of it because I used to say, I am a black nerd. Because in our educational system, there are many children who are saying or believing that to be intelligent is to be acting white.
Used to tell my daughter that. And she said she speaks too white. Like, and she said, no, it isn't. They said, you can hear the apostrophe in her teeth. And I'm like,
Absolutely.
what is that? And so she started speaking Ebonics, and I'm like, don't do that. Don't dumb yourself down to fit in.
Yeah.
So that is true.
They push this idea on us, and we buy into it because of our image of who we are as a people. So this authentic culture is a culture of success. Success. You're successful. That's authentic. And an alien culture is some of the things that we see some of us saying and doing, and that they're sending that around the country to make it seem like that is what peoples of African descent are. They're creating that image. And it's not until we really understand who we are as a people and go back in time to be able to see exactly what we've accomplished and what we've done with no one else around. We did this by ourselves and for ourselves for thousands of years, if not millions.
Yeah.
It was the way we did it. So when people hear about the Moors going into Spain, they say, "Wow, this is it." Come on, that ain't authentic. That's alien. So our first class had to go back to the origins of the human family. The second class was a class that I presented on the Mediterranean, because it becomes very important to understand the Mediterranean. So we looked at the Mediterranean. This. Okay. And I also listed the countries of the Mediterranean. That also became important. And some of the countries that we know of that's along the Mediterranean Sea, which is very important because when you look at the map and then you look at these countries, the movement of African people into this part of the world showed the fact that even today we're looking at certain places. So some of the countries that are bordering the Mediterranean Sea would be France, Monaco, Italy, Slovenia, which is interesting, Croatia, Greece, Turkey, Cyprus, Syria, Israel, Lebanon, Libya, Malta, Tunisia, Morocco, the Mediterranean Sea covers more than 1 million square miles, about 1% of the Earth's surface. At its widest point, the sea spans 990 miles through although most areas are narrow. Now, what becomes important is that I didn't cover the Mediterranean before, looking at the Moors. But with the last class that we had and the class that we're going to have today, which is going to look at the development of North Africa from the most ancient peoples, Montes, you're going to begin to see how this area was fertile with great civilizations. They had great things going on. Lively trade. These were a people that existed before the Sahara existed, that they had developed civilizations and cultures and ways of living, and they had everything in place. And so it becomes important that as we're looking, before we even get into Spain, because you see, next class, the fourth class, and the fifth class, and the sixth class, then we're going to delve into the Moors, the Africans that went in. But we have to understand who these Moors are. And we have to understand that Moor, from what I'm looking at, from the work of J.A. Rogers and Jose Pimento Bay, the golden age of the Moor, you're dealing with an African people who happen to be called Moors. But the word Moor gets caught up on them as if they are a specific, unique nation, as opposed to being African people that come from various parts of North Africa and Northwest Africa. You will have people, and I'll show you the Almoravid dynasty, which was the second dynasty that was in Spain. The Almoravid is going to have people from all parts of West Africa, from Senegal to Ghana to Nigeria, Dahomey, Benin. These are going to be African people. So it's like if you came to the United States today and you were to speak of, let's say, African people. Well, in African people, you're going to have a lot of different nations of African people. Mm-hmm. You know, you're going to have, of course, you're going to have the original African people that were here long before anybody else, but also you're going to have people who are going to come from Ghana and Mali and Songhai. You're going to have people who today are from Ethiopia. So that it's important to know that, you know, even though you're talking about a people, the people geographically are located in many different areas. Well, the same thing is with the word Moor. We're using the word Moor as if there was a place, although it's called Morocco, and although there is a place, Mauritania, which is true, and although many of them settled in that area, the people that settled there came from various parts of Africa. And so these are the people that you're going to be looking at. So it becomes important is there another computer that can be used? Because I have this on flash drive.
Lasagna?
When you look at this, and if we could just get that, and then I'll show you the map again, you know, once we get things connected. But class number 2 dealt with the Mediterranean basin. Mm-hmm. And it took the idea of the origin of life in Africa to the next level. Mm-hmm. The next class that we're going to do today is going to look at, and there's a lot that I really have to read from because I want to get this right, and I don't want to speak extemporaneously because there are things that we really do have to talk about as it relates to who the people of North Africa are, because there's such confusion now with North Africa. Because the people that we're looking at now are not the people that were there back then. Mm. But because they're there now, and because we're looking at them now, we think they were always there. Mm-hmm. It's like if we looked at the United States of America today and believed that the people that we look at who are in control were always here. No more than 500 years have the people we see here now been here. is like a history book written with peoples of European descent being the original Americans. The same is true for North Africa today. That's not the way in which the people looked. That is going to come, the Great Migration is going to come around 630 to 700 AD with the movement of this new religion, because when Islam was first founded, it wasn't a religion. It was a way of life. And to understand Islam, you have to go up into the mountains of Ethiopia. And you have to understand who Bilal was. And you have to understand who the concept of Prophet Muhammad was. Not going to get controversial. I'll just leave all that alone for right now. But the idea is that Islam was the result of years of the failure of being able to capture the imaginations of African people through what is now going to be Roman Catholicism. And they're just not going to buy it. And in the 300s, you're going to have a Council of Nicaea, where the two parts, the Eastern Orthodox and the Western Orthodox, are going to be threatened. We're talking about so-called Christianity is going to be threatened. And Constantine, the emperor, is going to call a conference to square things away about 332 AD. The African contingent is believing that the Jesus the Christ that they're talking about was a human being that was supernatural and extraordinary. Two words. Supernatural. Natural, but had mastered the world around him to a point where he seemed like he had touched on and become nature. That is what all the priests and priestesses of ancient Africa were always trying to become. One with nature. And Jesus the Christ, coming out of the order of Melchizedek, according to their discussions, came and mastered these different crafts, these different teachings, and he was a healer, an African healer. If you go back to about 152 BC, there was a brother by the name of Yeshua de Pantera, who was part of the Panther clan. This is why when we talk about Panthers, we have to take this understanding to a whole nother level. There's a written piece known as the Physiologus. 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 And the Physiologus is a treatise on the early Christian church. That when the early fathers like Clement and Augustine and others were developing the philosophy of this charistic revelation, they decided to change all of the African natural symbols, which were netures, into representations of Roman men. This is the Physiologus. And Google it. Don't believe a word I say.
I know that's
Check this out for yourself. Physiologus. Physiologus. Now, the panther is a very interesting animal in the animal kingdom. It has what's known as sweet breath. It can go into a sleep in its lair and then come out of the sleep and yawn, and the sweet breath attracts the animals. And the panther has dinner for the night. There's a book called The Perfumed Panther by Anne Gurick. It's called The Perfumed Panther. See, family, we have to understand exactly how to put this together in a way that it makes a lot of sense. Fantastic.
Okay, we probably would have to get everyone to move up because it's not feeding to this one.
Okay.
If you can't see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I just...
Okay, so remember in in Egypt, they used the leopard skin as a symbol of the priesthood.
That's right.
Okay, the priests and priestesses wore leopard skins. But they got that practice from inner Africa, where Africans in Puanit, Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, the Kushites, wore panther skins. That's why you have Yeshua de Pantera, the Panther clan. Because the Panther clan was the original priesthood. All cats have the last name Pantera. Lion is Leo Pantera. The jaguar is Unca Pantera. But Pantera, and that's why Bastet, the black cat, was the symbol. And that is why it is superstitious for you to let a black cat cross your path. Because they're trying to keep your mind off the fact that that black cat is sacred, and you should hope that a black cat does cross your path, because that's going to be good luck. If anything, not bad. But see, they play with your head. So everything they want you to avoid thinking about to assume your greatness is what they tell you is the most horrible thing you could deal with. So we create superstitions, believing that black cats are bad luck, when black cats are good luck. And they're the original spiritual system. So, what did the early fathers of this church do? They took the panther, the symbol of the panther, and all of the attributes of the panther, they gave to Jesus Christ. They gave him the sweet word that draws people to him. And they gave all the characteristics of the Black Panther as a netcher, female netcher by the way, to Jesus the Christ. Physiologists, don't believe me. Read this and study this for yourself. Get that book, Anik Gurer, G-U-E-R-E-R, Anik, A-N-N-I-C-K. Anik Gurer. It's called The Perfumed Panther. Her name? A-N-N-I-C-K, Anik Gurer, G-U-E-R-E-R. If I get a hold of it in my library, I will bring it in. I have to look for that one. But this is written. This basically is the understanding of where we are as a people. And so when we're looking at the Mediterranean and what African people brought to the world, this basically is the map that we're looking at. Okay, this is the northern part of Africa, going into Libya, Egypt. Up here in Tunis, the country we today call Tunis, that is where Carthage is. Now remember who the Carthaginians are, the Carthagians. The Carthagians are coming up out of the Phoenicians. That's where Punic War came from the word Phoenicia. Phoenicia. And so these Africans are developing here, and over here in Lebanon, you have the other sex. See, Phoenicians were not a nation of people. Phoenicians basically were a conglomeration of traders and merchants. But the base of them were African people that other people joined. The original Phoenicians. And the word comes from the color purple. Because purple is a symbol of royalty. And when you go to the Greeks and the Romans and to the Kemites, you'll see that purple is what the senators wore. So purple becomes a valued color. But why would purple be a valued color? Because it's the last color on the rainbow. When you ascend out of your infrared and ultraviolet, you move into this next level, which returns back to the perfect black. So purple becomes that last phase before you ascend into the spiritual domain. It's symbolic, but it's also scientific because purple is infrared. I'm sorry, infrared and ultraviolet. And so you have the ultraviolet rays. And when you deal with ultraviolet, you're dealing with the sun, ultraviolet A, B, and C. So you're dealing with all these concepts and these symbols which become important for us to understand the word Phoenicia coming from the word purple, is why they were called Phoenicians, because they dealt in the color purple. But what's also very important to understand about Phoenicia and the one in Lebanon is that the capital, when you're in this part of the world, you're dealing with an ancient kingdom, and the capital of this kingdom was known as Byblos, Byblos. And they also traded in paper. And the Greeks, getting the Shabaka stone and the pyramid text, reading the coffin text, and reading the books from Alexandria, rewrote what they were studying. Because the first Bible was written in Greek. That's why I'm wondering, why isn't anybody asking, why is the first Bible written in Greek? Nobody will answer that question for me. The first Bible is written in Greek. And that is because that's all of the stolen legacy that the Greeks took, the African writings, and what did they call the book? They named it after the place where they got the paper to write it on.
Mm-hmm. But the Greeks never really had back then institutions. They did not have an alphabet. It was the Kamene of the Egyptians which gave the Greeks an alphabet. They were the only learned people on the planet, and they created the three forms of writing, the phonetic, the hieroglyphic, and they gave the Greeks an alphabet and a writing. They didn't, the Greeks could not write and read.
That's right.
In Greek, because the Greek did not have an alphabet until the Africans created it.
That's right. And there it is. And again, I teach many different classes all week long, so if I'm repeating myself, please work with me. But for people who are new to the class, they wouldn't have seen this over the last few classes. You talk about Walter Williams. This comes out of Walter Williams' book.
Right.
The African Origins of Christianity.
And Islam.
And, well, Islam is the second book. Yes. This comes directly out of his book. And this shows you Medunetta here, and then it shows how they took the script out of the symbol of the vulture, and how they then brought it to the next level, because they said, well, like, drawing is great, but if every time I want to say something I have to draw a vulture, how about if I just take a piece of the vulture out, and that becomes the symbol of the sound ak, is what they call the vulture, ak. Okay? Now, the Greeks then took that symbol and they developed that symbol. And then they took it through its forms, and then here's the Latin. And what Latin did was they created uppercase and lowercase. See, there's no reason for vowels in language. The reason why you have vowels is to separate consonants. Your consonants are the hard sounds. Cake. Okay? Cake. Well, the A between, it allows you to differentiate cake from cuck. So you play with a sound that has you open mouth. A, E, I, O, U. Vowels. So vowels put between hard letters create sounds that create words that create communications. Now, I wanted to take it a little bit further because I wanted to show you where the Egyptians got it from. And so here it comes out of The Art of Writing Hieroglyphics by Kwasi Milton. Kwasi Milton, Milton, where he shows you how not only was it Egyptian, but it goes back to Coptic, and then the relationship between Coptic symbols and numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And so Greek didn't have an alphabet. Greek's alphabet is a using, they use another African. That's why when you have that Rosetta Stone, and they said that's what cracked the code, you had hieroglyphics or Medunetta on the top, then you had the hieratic in the middle, and then you had what they call classical Greek on the bottom. And what allowed them to crack the code was that there were people who didn't understand hieroglyphic, didn't understand hieratic, but there were scholars that understood classical Greek. But that's not classical Greek. That's another form of an African language that the Greeks adapted. English isn't a language. French isn't a language. Spanish isn't a language. Italian isn't a language. Because to have a language in the purest sense of the word, you have to have a script that is specific to that language. English uses Greek script. Spanish uses Greek script. Italian uses Greek script. German uses Greek script. To say that these languages are languages is like saying Europe is a continent. Because the major dominant force said it is, we have to believe it is. Also, not to get the answer wrong on the test. They force you in their testing to tell a lie.
That's right.
Because a continent is a large landmass surrounded on all sides by water. But when you look at Europe, of which Turkey is the protuberance, that's what sticks out, Turkey does. Europe is a peninsula. It's not a continent. A continent is surrounded on all sides by water. And Europe is only surrounded on 3 sides by water. Europe is a peninsula. Saudi Arabia is a peninsula. Turkey is a peninsula. Spain and Portugal is a peninsula. But they're not a continent. But because they say they are. You know what they say? You know, like if the horse had written the story, he would have been the hero. You know, not the guy that ran on him and said, the British are coming. You know, because the horse said, I'm the one that got you through the town, man. You were yelling and screaming, but I'm the one that got you through. So the horse was the hero. But it's according to who tells the story, who the hero's going to be. And this is what we're experiencing as a people. We're experiencing a story that is so untrue and so lacking of evidence of what it is that they're saying. And it's very sad, not that they say it, but that we believe it. But then it's time to wake up. So the Mediterranean. Okay, now. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to look at these maps. Today's class is dealing with North Africa. And what becomes important is when you're looking at North Africa, this is going to be the area. This is going to be the area that's going to become extremely important for us. Okay. This is a map that what you want to look at real close is that these people right here, the Garamantes, these are the people that are going to move up the Hapi and are going to settle in this area. These are the ancient people. All of these individuals are ancient Africans. Now, what's important is that look at where they're living. Today, this is the Sahara. So it's important that we realize that the Sahara at one time, as we know, was not a desert. And that it was green, and it was plush, and it grew vegetation and fruits and vegetables. What some people say happened was during the Ice Age, the fourth Ice Age, which brought great cold to the northern climate. To other parts of North Africa, it brought horrendous rains. And this is why they're saying about the Sphinx, that the Sphinx body is different from the head, and that there's actual marks of water that eroded, that the Sphinx actually was underwater for thousands of years. And because of that, you know, for those of you who are more into agricultural, when the soil is seeped in water, this northern area got a lot of rain, heavy rain, you know, all the time. And so the ground became very soggy, but it was still hot. And so over hundreds and hundreds of years, the soaking of the land and the grass and everything, eventually with the heat, killed the fertility of the land, killed the grass, killed it in terms of its life system, and eventually it dried up and became a desert. And so that's where a lot of people believe that the desert came from. However, there were people living here. And so what they decided to do was, well, we're not going to move. Because they had created lively trade going from Eastern to West Africa. So they said, so why should we stop? You know, we've got good trade going on. So what did they do? They started to build underground. And they would travel underground. And then they would come up for fresh air and for food. And being intelligent as they were, they said, well, in these areas where we come up, what are we going to build? Oases. So they built spots that they could continue their travel and then come up for fresh air, water, feed the animals. And the evidence of it is that there are animals underground. In fact, they have done x-rays of North Africa, and they've seen that there are tunnels that go from East to West Africa. Some people even say that's where the subway system came from. The idea of building underground like that. Because where in Europe do you have underground tunnels? So where would they automatically get these ideas, this idea from? Well, these were things that came to light as time went on. Now, a lot more work has to be done in this, fam, so I'm not necessarily saying that this is exactly how it has to be, but there's a lot of work that has to be done. But there are things that we do know. The one thing we do know is that if you take x-rays of North Africa, there are tunnels underground. We know if you go to Egypt, there are tunnels. I remember going in one of the temples, and we were walking underground, and there was a point where I had to stop because I was traveling too far, and I didn't know where I was going. And I was traveling, so I thought I was going to get back up in New York after a while. So, this is these are twin pictures of the northern part of Africa that are going to show you, in this one over here, this is ancient Nubia. Ancient Nubia, during the medieval period. Ancient Nubia during the medieval period. See, this dispels the concept of Africa and Africans. And it becomes important to know that what we today call Nubia was flourishing. It was coming up out of Meroe. It was coming up out of civilizations. It may not have been on the same level, but it certainly did hold together Dongala, Alwa, Makuria, Nobadia. These are all ancient places that are in medieval Nubia, which medieval, you're dealing basically with from 500 to about 1000 AD. This now is looking at Tasseti and Kemet. And the oldest kingdom dealing with Tasseti here which includes Kustal, Kerma, and Aswan. Here you have, now here's the what I told you about the Almoravids. These were the second dynasty that ruled the Moors. You'll find out more about this next class. Fourth class, we're going to do an overview of the Moors. But these are the Almoravids. So when you get down here, you know, right here, this is Mali here. This is the Niger River. Gao, Timbuktu, in this area here. Up here, you're dealing with Burkina Faso. You're dealing with parts of West Africa and Northwest Africa when you come up in here. Here's Morocco. Okay, Ceuta is here. Now, Ceuta is going to be very important next class. It's the tip of Morocco. In fact, if you're in Ceuta, you can see Spain across the waters. You could see Spain across the waters like you can see New York from New Jersey. That's how close it was. Here is the other map that I showed you before. What I want to focus on is over here in what might be called Morocco. You had Numidia. Okay, over here in Tunis, Tunis, you have Carthage. Remember, this is the Mediterranean basin right here. All this area here is the Mediterranean. This is all Kushite. These are all Africans here for hundreds of years that are either going to leave this area and go there, or they're just going to stay. But this is how this whole area got peopled. But I want to focus on Carthage. I want to focus on Numidia, and I also want to focus on the Garamantes. That's class number 3. Is the Garamantes. Okay, now to do that, I want to talk to you about certain articles. The first article that I want to talk to you about is an article that was written by Dana Reynolds. It's called The African Heritage and Ethno-History of the Moors. Background to the emergence of early Berber and Arab peoples from prehistory to the Islamic dynasties. And as you can see, I have to, you know, for those that wanted to get these, I have to send them to you in 4 pieces, because each one of these has pictures, and it takes me beyond the 25 megabytes that I can send. So I had to break this essay up into 4 parts. What I want to look at is an overview of Carthage. And again, you have the map there. But the key is it'll show you pictures for now because of time. I just want to show you. These are pictures. Anybody know how I can turn this around? Normally in view it has rotate,
Right.
but I don't see rotate here. But I don't want to waste time looking. But this page right here deals with Phoenicia, Israel, Palestine. And it's a 9th century BC piece. Here again is Phoenicia. Because you have to understand, Phoenicia, Lebanon, and Israel, and Carthage, these are both the same people. This is the Phoenician people who are traders and merchants, who on one end of the Mediterranean in Israel or in Palestine, they have a trade going on, and then they have it's like having a company in one city and the same company in another city. That's who the Phoenicians were, but the base of them are African people. So when I show you pictures of these Phoenicians in Israel, they're going to be related to the Phoenicians in Carthage. And there's a picture of what the city actually looked like at its height, Carthage. This is what Carthage looked like at its height. And some of the mausoleums that were built coming up out of Africa. That was in Numidia. Okay. So we're going to talk about that. To go along with this, what I want to do is I want to talk to you about Hannibal. Because to understand Carthage, you have to understand Hannibal and the Africanness of Hannibal. Hannibal Barca, son of Hamilcar Barca. And again, another very sad story, but it's just part of what brings down great civilizations. And then I wanted to include an article by J.A. Rogers coming out of his book, World's Great Men of Color, dealing with Hannibal. And then what becomes important is to look at Numidia and looking at this man, Massinissa. Massinissa is going to become a very important person. Because remember earlier I told you that when the Romans and the Phoenicians or the Carthaginians were at war, well, the other part of the story that Robin Walker tells us is that there was a lot of competition between the Numidians and the Carthaginians, two African people. There were many Numidians in the army of the Carthaginians. And basically, it is said that the Carthaginians did not treat the Numidians properly. Massinissa is a man that's going to be in love with a particular woman. And the Carthaginians are going to give the woman in marriage to somebody else. And this is not going to make Massinissa very happy. And eventually it's going to make him turn on the Carthaginians. And that's what's going to let the Romans win. Because the Numidians went from being on the Carthaginian side to the Roman side. That's sad, isn't it? Who knows what would have happened in history? And Massinissa married the sister. Who knows what would have happened in history if in so many other cases, if Boabdil was able to get along with his family, the last great Moorish king of Granada. What brought Granada down is there was infighting amongst Africans. There was infighting amongst the Almohades, the West Africans, and the people who were in Spain and Portugal. We have to learn that to survive, we have to stick together. We can have as many differences as we want with each other, but we have to learn how to stick together because we have a larger enemy out there, and that larger enemy is the essence that's splitting us apart, separating us, and then eventually the Romans are going to overtake the Numidians. So it's not even like the Numidians got anything out the deal. They eventually were overtaken by the Romans. And that's how the Romans got into Africa and eventually would get into Egypt by 30 BC. So this basically is how I want to approach looking at this, discussing these pieces. This is the readings for us. And then we're going to end up talking about the Punic Wars. And this is the map. Again, remembering that first map that I showed you. This map and this map is the same. This map, North Africa, here's Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, North Africa coming down the west coast. And this map, same thing. What you're looking at here is in the Punic Wars, basically minus 265, 264 BC. Right here, you're looking at Rome is up here, Carthage. These are all African territories here. All this area here. And this is what Rome is coming down. The Romans basically are a nomadic, barbaric people who are basically Germanic in nature, coming up out of the countries that we call Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden. They're going to travel down south, and they're going to overcome every civilization they come upon. Eventually, these same people are the ones that are going to override in 500 AD. These same another Germanic wave of these brothers and sisters from Rome, their brothers and sisters going to be another wave of people, and they're going to be the ones that are going to sack the Holy Roman Empire. They're going to be known as the Visigoths and the Vandals. We'll talk about them next class. But they're all the same people. They're all the Germanic people coming from the north. They're barbaric. They have nothing to offer the society, so they just overtake it, and they try to take whatever they possibly can get. And that is what is going to come down into Africa, coming down this way. The Persians are going to come in 525. The Greeks are going to come in 332. The Romans are going to come in 30 BC. And Eurasians that call themselves Muslims from the Eurasian parts of the East call themselves, they're going to convert to Islam. And these are the ones that are going to come into Egypt about 640, 680 AD. And they're still there now. Mm-hmm. These are the people that have created the misnomer, the Middle East. Okay, these are going to be Eurasians. So from 525 BC with Cambyses, Persian, Africa, that was the 25th dynasty. That was Taharqa. The fall of Taharqa brought these individuals on. And they're going to continue to come down and to travel from the Ice Ages. And these are the people that are, the Moors are going to be pushing back in eventually. And this right here is what's going to become, except it's going to have a little bit more up here. But when next week when we talk, you'll see that Al-Andalusia, eventually, the area that the Moors are going to take in Spain and Portugal, this is going to be the mountains, Guadarrama mountains here. The Ebro River is here. It's going to come down the south coast, come around, and it's going to go across into Portugal. This part of Portugal is going to be the area where you heard about Prince Henry the Navigator. Okay, that is where Prince Henry the Navigator is going to learn navigation from the Moors. And they're going to start to travel over to West Africa. And that's going to be in 1482. You're going to see Christopher Columbus in West Africa with the Portuguese. In 10 years before 1492. Christopher Columbus is with the Portuguese because he's married to Portuguese. Everything he does up until 1490 is with the Portuguese. But with the fall of the Moors and everything going to Isabella and Ferdinand, Castile and Aragon, the two principalities, he's going to say, well, I'm on the wrong team now. So he's going to change teams from the Portuguese to the Spaniards. And that's where he's going to get his money to come to America. Because he already knows that there's land here. And he knows it because of his relationship with the Portuguese, who were coming and understanding with the West Africans that there was land to the west. Any questions? Comments? It's 4:57. So let me just move through this. This is there are certain things that I think that we should know about this.
Professor, forgive me.
Please.
Where's the Persian? Where does the Persian come from? You said the Persians came in.
Persians are the ancient Persians is the country we today call Iran. Before they were European, they were called. It was the kingdoms of Media, Media. These were African kingdoms there. The original Iranians were Africans. Again, the reason why we did that piece with the Ice Age is because that's very important. Dr. Diop talks about a northern cradle and a southern cradle. The northern cradle are the Africans that are going to go into the north and get caught in the Ice Age. The 51st parallel. The southern lands are going to remain what we call the pigmented area of African people. They're both the same people. But because of the Ice Age, one of them has to go through a metamorphosis, has to go through a morphological, physiological change in order to survive. The depigmentation of the African was a blessing, because they could never have survived being pigmented in that cold climate. No more than we can survive. That's why we lighten up around this time. We're going to get a little dark in a couple months, but the idea is that weather and climate impacts your pigment process.
That's right.
And so in the depigmentation process of the African, and in the hair changing its texture, and in the body parts changing, it actually was a blessing. Because that's what allowed the African to be able to survive and to live. The problem was it also impacted his mind.
Mm-hmm.
And when he came back very hostile. He came back very angry and jealous, envious. And he caused havoc on the southern lands. And he's been doing it ever since. It's still going on now.
He actually became his environment. In order to survive,
That's right.
he had to become the environment
That's right.
that sustained him. And that environment was cold, frigid, stingy, selfish,
Yes.
and destructive.
Yes.
And he hated it.
Yes.
And he hated it today.
Yes. That's right.
He's still the same character.
That's right. And you see, as African people, our observation of this, if we're just and understanding of it, we can deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
We can understand the parameters of what we're living in. Nobody wants to live in that type of weather. It was hostile. And the image of your creator can only be as great or less than the environment in which you're living in. So when you're living in a very hostile, cold, angry environment that's very stingy, that doesn't give you the fruits and the vegetables and all the things, then you become that way too, because your environment is very covetous of its creations. It doesn't share with you. And whatever you have, it still want more from you. And so in the mind of this African, this is the characteristics that built the mind of this individual. And so when he comes back down south, he's coming back down south with a calcified pineal gland.
He's also very cunning, had to be to survive,
Yes.
to overtake whatever little animals he could find. And Dr. Clark, or was it Dr. Clark, used to say that, oh, Dr. Jeffries, if you in your cave saw a rabbit and y'all ran out and happened to run the rabbit down, you're not running up to the next cave and holler, y'all come on, we got a rabbit here, let's have a party. No, if you see anybody from the other cave coming, you call your relatives, your boys, and everybody come with the club, and they take on war with the people who coming down to share the rabbit with you. And so that was the development of their country, their culture. The strongest survives. The strongest become the leader.
Yes.
And they are just like Trump. They didn't think it through. They bang it through.
And think about what they're talking about as it relates to we're going to have to look at the meaning of lies. That I saw an article where they're saying that we are going to have to condition ourselves to understand that what is a lie to him is actually the truth from his perspective. That we are going to have to adjust ourselves to what truth is. Think about that, though.
We always think that.
See, realize what they're saying to us. And going back to what Minister Brown is saying about that environment up there. That environment up there justified that you say, hey, don't worry about it, man. Okay, so you got that rabbit, all right. But the moment you turn your back, they are justified in knocking you on your head and taking that rabbit. Because the environment has created the condition that we don't have to tell the truth. This is what indigenous people meant when they talked about the idea of the forked tongue. These are conditions that a universal southern world that had its saints and sinners now, because I'm not going to paint a beautiful picture. We were going through our own changes. But the idea is that you're living in a society right now that is coming full face with what was going on during the feudal system. You have to look very close at what's happening between people and Russia and understand that there's something else going on as it relates to the attempt at developing a relationship with Russia. There's something they're trying to protect.
Yes. Right.
There's a reason why they're doing what they're doing. Because they realize they're the last bastion. The time is up now. And Putin is saying, look, you want to survive? I want to survive. We got to come together. The same enemies you have are the enemies that we have.
That's correct.
And that was happening amongst the Moors also, but the Moors just never realized. What Sister Reynolds does as she goes through her essay is she begins to identify the people that are going to be in North Africa. And she's going to talk about the different words that come to us: Moran, Moroi, Morini, Moro, Morelli, Moran, Mormon, Swarthmore. All of these are words that are going to come out of this particular period. But what she does is she wants to go back. The Arab is known to the Greeks and Romans. The Arabs were, the Arabic word Hadara is where the word Arab comes from. It means black. Hadara. Hadhara. Hadara. I mispronounced it. And when they described what the people would look like, they said the peoples of Chad basically were the ones that would have been Hadhara. The original Arabs. Now, to understand this, you could go to an essay by Wayne Chandler in The African Presence in Early Asia. He has a really great essay on the early Arabian peninsula, where he talks about the original Arabs and the idea of the kingdom of Saba, S-A-B-A, which was a kingdom that had, part of its kingdom was on the east coast of Saudi Arabia and on the, no, my bad, the west coast of Saudi Arabia, including Yemen and the east coast of Ethiopia. And it was called Saba, S-A-B-A. And the people were known as Sabaeans. And this was an African nation. Now the other thing is, remember what we said about Ceuta. Ceuta, you could see Spain from Ceuta. Well, if you're on the easternmost coast of Ethiopia, you can see Yemen or Saudi Arabia. So these are very close areas where people could just go across the water, just like we go across the Hudson River. Well, they could do the same thing. So the idea first is to look at who the Arabs were to the Greeks and Romans. Is probably the reason why we all came here. This is the class. This is the class on the Africans in North Africa and Europe. But I think also one of the advantages that we have is that it also shows why it's so important, the way in which we were able to develop this class is so important. And again, when we look at certain historians that teach episodic history, you see, as you viewed in this DVD, it's very difficult to understand today if you didn't understand this concept. Going back into enslavement, going back into economy, going back into all these other areas. And one of the things I've learned studying our history and studying the way in which we taught history was what we call corrective history, as opposed to what's called episodic history. You can look at Chicago. I remember a few weeks ago they had a conference in Chicago, and I happened to be going there that week. And it was supposed to be on MSNBC, and it was supposed to be, I think, on a Thursday night. However, something happened and the news was more important, so they didn't show that particular program. They showed it Friday. And I happened to be in Chicago that Friday. And I did a presentation on Saturday where there were people who were in the audience of that program in Chicago came to the presentation where I was. And they talked about the history of Chicago in a way that our program never did. Now, maybe they had the best intentions in doing it to bring light to Chicago. But you could never understand what's happening in Chicago if you didn't understand the history of it. So that our program is like what we call episodic. It was a snapshot of a situation that you looked at, but in no way did you know the history that was before it or what may have happened after. When you look at the conditions that we find ourselves in as it relates to crime, as it relates to drugs, when they had a war on drugs, well, that was a couple of decades too late when they brought the drugs in the first place. And see, this is the challenge. They are now being in New Jersey, you see these commercials on television where you see your governor talking about, how this is such a, so please reach out for help, and it's a disease, and yeah, remember back in the day in our neighborhoods, remember Newark, I remember Harlem, I remember when drugs was brought into the projects where I grew up. I remember the car that would come in, I'm talking about the 60s. And the people that brought it in didn't look like us. The people that picked them up at the car didn't look like us, that were distributed in the projects, but the people that actually brought it in. And you see, this is why I think that we have to look at things differently, so that this is why the curriculum that we're developing and the work that we're doing becomes so important, because we have to stop being episodic. To study the Moors, to understand the Moors is not about taking this class alone. This is the fourth class. The other three classes set the tone in corrective history to understand how did we get here? How is it? Because considering what you're looking at here and considering what people will tell you about the contributions of African people, for me to do a presentation on the Moors to people who had never been exposed to anything like that before, and all of a sudden I am saying that Africans brought in the arts and sciences, and they brought in music, they built schools. That's episodic. This class is episodic. Okay, so now you're going to tell me this, but all of the other things you needed to know before that weren't put in place. So this seems phenomenal, almost to the point where they would say that I'm ridiculous. So, in setting up the program, in setting up these classes, when I was speaking to those at Minister Brown, Brother Greg, Sister Iana, talking about how we're going to put this together, I told them it's not going to be one class. And I remember, well, how many do you need? And I said, well, let's look at 6, so that we can really flesh this out in a way that you can understand it, and it doesn't become episodic. Because other than that, it's episodic. So it's important that we just go back a ways and just look at some of the things that happened over the past 3 classes. And the first class we dealt with what was our first class on? Very first class. Please.
Beginnings of man, beginnings of humanity.
Yeah, and when you were exposed to the origins of the human family, one of the first things that was important was to realize that there is only one race on our planet. And I know that there are those who study this history and this culture that don't really want to hear that. They would like to see people of European descent, Eurasian descent as a you can't be related to me. You know, the way you act, the way you conduct yourself, the things that you do. You can't be a part of me. But the challenge in science becomes, then, what are they? Okay, and if we want to say alien, we can say kind of human, humankind. But there's no way. But science now tells us that they being peoples of Eurasian descent, they belong to the same race as all other human beings. Bone for bone, muscle for muscle, they're all alike. And I also spoke about the ape. A lot of folk got a problem with that, right? Because they don't want to be identified with an ape. And so the idea that has been presented by peoples of European descent in their study, people who have written, the books on the origin of man, Darwin, him being limited by his own scope of we could say white supremacy, or the lack of knowledge, presented the information in a way that was scientifically not necessarily grounded. However, the concepts that he was talking about were very true. Bone for bone, muscle for muscle, gland for gland, organ for organ. Everything that you will find in a human being, you will find in the same place with the same function in a gorilla. Now, science now is really phenomenal, and there's a lot of work to be done. And I tell you right now, don't believe me, because there's so much more work that has to be done to bring this to other levels of understanding, to be more accurate. But it is believed that there is within the brainstem, this is the work of Dr. Richard King, it is believed that in the brainstem there are 12 melanated sites. Now, I'm just going to say it. There are classes where I could show it to you, and I have it on the computer. But if I go back and forth for now. It'll take up too much time, and I really just want to tell it to you so you know. Such areas as the substratum substantia nigra, which means black substance, substantia, substance, nigra, black. There's another site that's called the locus coeruleus, L-O-C-U-S-C-O-E-R-E, locus coeruleus, C-O-E-R-E-L-O-U-S, coeruleus. C-O-U-R-E-L-E-O-U-S, coeruleus. One is a Sanskrit word, and the other is a Greek word, and it means black dot. And that is where it is believed that in the ape they do not have that well-formulated melanin substance in the locus coeruleus. It is also happened to be a place where in the human, that is where there's a seat of spiritual intelligence. There's a growth in the locus coeruleus. It's called the black dot. 12 melanated sites. And again, you can research Dr. Richard King, his book, The African Origins of Biological Psychiatry, will give you more information. And so and even now they are working with apes now, and they are able now to begin a process of communication with apes. And it is believed that those entities that came out of the tree from that one common ancestor, some people call Ramapithecus, in staying in the trees, they never had to develop that part of their brain in terms of thinking. Whereas the ones that came down to the earth, because of their new habitat in the grasslands and the way in which they had to survive and thrive, it made them develop their brain so that certain things happened in that part of the brain, specifically when they stood erect. And that opened up the central nervous system.
What's the name of the book?
Richard King, Dr. Richard King. African Origins of Biological, I'm sure that, I think the book may be downstairs. He also wrote another book, Melanin, Key to Freedom. Good book. And there's a whole series. You know, if you email me, I'll send you my book list on that. But the reason why I'm telling you this is because of science. And we have to get to a point where we begin to look at science as the answers to what we want. So when we're looking for the origins of life in Africa, and we ask ourselves, well, you know, why would it be there? Why couldn't it be elsewhere? Then you'd have to understand that the same science that teaches you as it relates to weather and climate, in that weather and climate, there are also laws that dictate that. And the three laws that we talked about was Glosier's law, Allen's law, and Bergman's law. A-L-L-E-N. Bergman was B-E-R-G-M-A-N-N. And Glosier was G-L-O-G-E-R. And these are all laws that deal with pigment, Glosier's law. Allen's law deals with body mass, and Bergman's law deals with limb extensions, morphology. And so these laws tell us that for life to have come into existence the way it did, and for humans to do what they did, it had to have been in a very warm climate. And the laws of melanin then dictate that because of those laws of melanin, then the only place that life could come into existence would be in a warm tropical place. And we are experiencing this as we speak. When we first started these classes in January, we were exposed to a rather harsh climate. Many of us had a particular pigment, but right now we are on the cusp of going into spring. What you're noticing is that in January, the streets were not that crowded, and now you're noticing that they're a lot more crowded. And that is because in this type of weather, people tend to enjoy staying outdoors more. This is common sense now. This is not stuff that we're trying to play with. And as we get into July and August, they may even have to put a curfew on to get people off the street. You don't need no curfew December, January. People will gladly get off the block. But again, this is all laws of science that can be proven just by an everyday living, everyday life. And so there is only one race. And we said at the as we were going through this first class that this human being was conceived, born, nurtured, sustained, educated, civilized in Africa. Developed and created great civilizations. Learned various ways of navigating in their own environment, and then pretty soon they began to travel outside of the continent of Africa, and they peopled the planet. It had to have been a sophisticated, civilized, and intelligent person to do that. They could not have left on a savage level, which John G. Jackson says there are 3 levels of the human family. And again, I'm careful with words, but just to put them in their category so we can understand certain things. And then even their philosophy, their wisdom. You have the savage, the barbarian, and the civilized. Now, we, of course, use these words to denigrate things like that. I'm not using them to denigrate. What I'm basically saying is that on a savage level, human beings lived, their philosophy was what we call superstition. Much of what they did because of belief systems that kept them in line for fear of something happening that would be bad for them. So they followed the law. This is what free will did. See, animals don't have to worry about this. Animals are going to follow nature no matter what, through their instinct. Okay? But as human beings, we have the power of negation. We have the power to tell nature no. And while that could be a good thing, it also many times could be a bad thing. So for the human family to keep themselves in line, following a natural law, they created superstitions, which said, I'll give you a couple that are more updated. Like, for instance, dropping a mirror, you believe you have 7 years bad luck. Okay? But really, the reason why that was put into place was that mirrors were so expensive and so hard to come by. The people wanted you to treat them with such care that you would believe that if you dropped it, you'd have 7 years bad luck. You know, so if you believe you're going to have 7 years bad luck if you drop that mirror, you are going to just oh so carefully treat that mirror. You see? So it's a superstition. But now if you go back to the early human, which they had superstitions that I may not know of, but they had superstitions that made them follow the law because they were fearful of what the outcome would be. That was the lowest state of philosophy, the lowest state of knowledge. Then when you grow from savage, you go to barbarian. And that's when the human being created what we call religions. And out of these religions, they lived a life for fear of a God concept that would punish them for their behavior. And then when you get to the civilized state, you get to science. And the laws of science reveal a spiritual code. And that you realize that you realize that spirituality is unseen science, and science is seen spirituality. So our ancestors at their highest levels in Africa developed a sacred science, a soul science, where they followed the natural law because they knew it was in the cosmic reality to do so. And I'll give you another example. When I was a teacher, and I used to teach the students, and the students, of course, would give me a warm time. They would misbehave. They would do all sorts of stuff like that. I never called their parents, and I never gave them detention. Now, that would cause some students to take advantage of the situation. Well, he ain't gonna call my mother. He ain't gonna call grandma. My mother come whip my butt, but he ain't gonna call mama, so I ain't worried about it. So that would lead some human beings to misbehave, knowing that they thought there was no punishment for what they were gonna do. But what I used to always tell them was, if I give you detention, and if I call your mother, you are going to start to do the right thing because you're afraid of what the repercussions are going to be. I said, if I can do my job, it's my job to be able to show you why you should do the right thing. That's the science of wisdom and knowledge. There is a science to doing the right thing, you know. And this is why you ought to do the right thing. And I would even do certain things in the class to show them how important it was that they realized that there are certain laws that I don't go by. Like, for instance, you could wear your hat in my class. I didn't tell them. I told them, once you leave my class, you better take it off, because the principal will tear you up. Because I didn't know a scientific reason to tell the children to take their hat off. If I could tell them, look, you'll get a flu, or you won't learn because the hat's too tight on your head. If I could give them a reason why they should take their hat off. But what I told them socially is that in the society that we're living in, it is said that men take their hats off indoors. And if you go for a job, you better take that hat off or you're not going to get that job. So what we do is we're training you so that when you go out into the real world, you'll know the social norms, the social customs, so that you'll be able to obey them. But I really don't care if you put your hat on in my class. I don't care. And this is how I showed them the importance of behavior. Because whether you realize it or not, 1/3 of all incidences in school come from brothers losing their hats. And don't take it off their head. You got a serious fight on your hands if you touch them. Don't touch my hat. I don't even want you to tell me to take it off. But you touch me, that's it. This is the priorities that our young brothers have on their hats. It's very important. This is just the way it is. I mean, whether we like it, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, it had nothing to do with it. It's perception of people with hats. So there was a moral code that people live by. Now here's where the philosophy and the wisdom that's going to come into this come into play. As a savage, you have superstition. That is faith. As a barbarian, you have religion. That's belief. But as civilized, you have the science, which is wisdom and knowledge. You know what drives black people? Black folk don't believe in God. They don't even have faith in God. Black folk know God. But the religion that they adhere to don't allow them to know it. It just makes them believe it or have faith in it. But when you get to a certain scientific level, it's not about belief or faith. It's about science. There are scientific laws that answer the cosmic reality. And our ancestors got to a certain point in their development where they knew this. So the building of the pyramids and the building and structures of Africa and the development of jurisprudence, of law, government, to be able to do the things they did, for them to take this knowledge and bring it into Europe, it was just a natural thing for them. And hopefully if I get to all the reading I want, I'm going to give you a quote that's going to tell you something that I think that those of us who are in this class and those of us who are moving forward, that we have to come to realize. And my bottom line is that this civilization is dying out. It's on its way out. I'm telling you this now. I remember, and I'll use this, and I use this sometimes just for the drama of it. But I remember the day that my mother joined the Ancestors, December 13th, 1983, 9:03 in the evening. And I remember when I entered the room and she was leaving, I would have done anything in the world to let her live. She was young. I really wanted my mother to live. That's how I cared about her. But she was there. And you know, the people say, well, you gotta have faith. You gotta have, yeah, you do should you should have faith and you should have hope. But there are certain things that are out. The way in which this civilization was built on murder and mayhem, and the total destruction of the inner soul and inner spirit of the individual, where with all that we've been through over the past 500 years, that you literally could have the coming of Christopher Columbus Part 2, which is Donald Trump. To think that we could go back so far to have people like Jeff Sessions as the Attorney General means that this civilization has learned nothing. And if it is to be, it's going to have to be up to us. We are going to have to do this. We who are, and I'm not just saying it as a cultural thing, I'm saying it as human beings. We have to come to grips with the fact that what we're seeing happening to mothers being ripped off streets away from their children to be sent back to Mexico or to Central or South America, knowing that the largest numbers of people who are the ones that come to this country and are, if they want to call them illegal aliens, are Asians. And they don't come across the border, they come by plane. They just don't go back home. And we know this. But why are we on the border? Why are we chasing and doing all of this? So what kind of civilization is this? Our ancestors, when they left Africa, were on a higher level of consciousness than the people we're dealing with right now. And we as black folk are sitting here, despite what they did, don't you see why they do this? Don't you see that they see that if we ever got into control, we would change this whole dynamic? You see what made Trump come into existence? We had it in our hands with Barack Obama. And they said, oh no, we are going to do what? Make America white again. That was the code words that they used. Great again. Means we're going to go back. Remember when black people were in their place, when law and order was in place, when black folk were enslaved, and when we put them in prison? This is what we want back. These are the code words. Frances Cress Welsing told us this. She said Trump's going to win. She said this in, I think, well, she transcended in what, January, late December? She said this November, sometime in the presentation. She said, listen to what he's saying and you'll see why he's going to win. So it's here. And our ancestors in the first class developed a structure and a foundation that not just was showing how life came out of Africa, but it was also attempting to stabilize the fact that African people brought the world wisdom and knowledge. And don't be afraid of claiming it. I used to always proudly tell people, yeah, I'm a nerd. They say, oh, you're acting white because you're intelligent. No, I'm acting black because I'm intelligent. We've lost that. You know, we actually have put intelligence in someone who has no sense whatsoever, and we were the one that brought the schools. We'll talk about today in next class. The sciences and the arts, we brought that to the world. So, the second class that we had did what? What did we talk about during the second class? First class was the origin of life in Africa. That stabilized the fact that there's one race, and that was African. The second class, what did we talk about? Class number 2.
Moors from prehistory.
Say again?
Moors from prehistory.
Moors from prehistory.
The Moorish dynasty.
And what were some of the things that we said about that?
Who are the Moors?
Okay.
Where did the Moors come from?
And what basically geographically did we focus on?
Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean. See, because what we wanted to do was leave what we call inner Africa and show how Africans moved up and literally went to the Mediterranean basin. Okay? Went to the Mediterranean basin and populated that. The Kushites populated that. They were there. We then wanted to identify the countries of the Mediterranean so that we would have no doubt as to what countries we're talking about, because that becomes very important. Because when Napoleon years later is going to say that Africa begins at the Pyrenees, which are the mountains that separate France from Spain, then you'll understand why he said what he said, because it was obvious that the people that he was coming in contact with in France were black. But that's left out the history books, and that's something Napoleon said. So we talked about the countries of France, Monaco, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Greece, Turkey, Cyprus, Syria, Israel, Lebanon, Libya. These were all Malta, Tunisia, and Morocco. And that becomes very important when we're dealing with the Mediterranean. All this area here, the Mediterranean basin, the sea here, was all inhabited by Cushites, all inhabited by Africans. Before there were any Europeans in this area, Eurasians didn't exist at this time. They were nowhere in this area. They were still in the northern confines of the mountains of Europe. This is what we have to know before we talk about the Moors in Spain. But there's something else I'm going to show you about Africans in Europe today. But it became important that we looked at this, that Africans would be here. But then we have to show something else. And so what else did we show? What was the third class? What did we talk about the third class?
Carthage and Numidia.
There we go, Carthage and Numidia. Because now here in Carthage and Numidia, you're going to be looking at a people that first and foremost, we talked about the Garamantes. The Garamantes were the original Africans that were in this area that would come up the Nile Valley and go west. And they would populate this area. And in populating this area, they're going to move across and bring the same civilization that we're talking about, the same culture, the science, the arts, building of buildings, eating of foods, agricultural science, all of these different subject areas, all these different studies, they're going to bring and they're going to swing across the entire north and northwest part of Africa. But to do this, we had to show, using essays, what the kingdoms of Carthage and Numidia were. And then we had to find where they were. And so this is the same map I showed you before. Now, Numidia is where Mauritania basically is, give or take. And Carthage is where Tunis is. Please.
Said Mauritania is where Numidia was?
Mauritania is the area right here is when let me go back to the other map. See right here? Here's Numidia right here. Can you see where I'm circling?
Yeah, that wasn't Morocco.
Well, yes, Morocco.
The same.
See, the thing about Morocco and Mauritania, and see again, what we have to do is the countries that we talk about today in Africa exist as of 1885 at the Berlin Conference.
Right.
So that my concept is we have to be very careful when we talk about countries. We talk about 55-something countries. No, they were carved up for political and economic reasons by the powers of Europe. 1885, the Berlin Conference. Belgium, and it was really spurred by Belgium, who went into the Congo. And so the countries we today call Mali, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Sudan, Chad, those are all carved up. Those are geopolitical, economic carvings up. So when we're dealing with, if you're talking about the geographic location of where it is Morocco. But there are aspects of Numidia that were in Mauritania. What I'm trying to show is that this is the area here that you're dealing with. Okay? And you're going to come into areas such as here, which is Ceuta, Numidia, Morocco. Here you have Carthage is up here in Tunis. But what you have to focus on is this whole area, Mauritania, Morocco, are all related. That's why they all sound alike. Okay? But geographically speaking, you're correct. It is Morocco. But the whole area was known as the land of the so-called Moors, which came because of the Punic Wars. The Punic Wars, coming from the basic Roman word, from the Greek word, means purple. Phoenicia. Here, all this area here is where the Punic Wars are going to take place. Okay? Here is Carthage. And over here is Numidia. Okay? Geographically speaking, we're talking about Morocco. Coming down here, we're talking about Mauritania. All in this area here, you're going to deal, and I'm going to show you some maps as we move on. But this is the Mediterranean basin, and this is where the war is going to take place. In the southern part of Spain here. Here is Ceuta, and we're going to come back, because right here on the diagonal is where you're going to see Al-Andalusia, which is going to be where the Moors are eventually going to go to and remain. And so that was the class that we looked at last time, talking about the Gadamantes, Carthage, and Numidia, and talking about the rise of African knowledge and wisdom, even at the same time that no one ever talks about it, because they're still trying to depict Hannibal as something other than African. Okay? So, here we come to our class now. Now, you've been exposed to Carthage. You've been exposed to Numidia, the Gadamantes. So we now see who the people were that would come forward. We now understand who the Berbers were. We understand who the North Africans were. We have a sense of Eurasians that are going to come down and mix with the people of North Africa. That's going to change the pigment of the people. But no major change in pigment is going to happen until Eurasians come through Islam. So you're still dealing with a very pigmented people. You have touches of different complexions, and pretty much the way we are today in terms of our complexions, but you're dealing with a base of African people. And so basically what we're looking at, to understand, just as a overview, is the Moors of North Africa and Europe and the Moorish civilization. Again, we talked about early North Africans. In the future, what I would do, and I encourage you, in the Golden Age of the Moor, there's a essay on the African contributions to Islam. There's also a book that's titled Egyptian Sacred Science and Al-Islam. Because we really have to understand where the knowledge and wisdom of the Quran came from. And there is evidence. Also, there's a brother, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who wrote a book, Black Arabia, which is interesting also. And it talks about Islam as a faith system and where it came from and who were the thinkers of it and who developed it. And one of the great challenges, I think, same thing I do with Christianity, many of our brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam, Wesley Muhammad is one of them, but I just wish they understood that Islam is a philosophy that came out of the hills of Ethiopia. I just wish that they understood that. And that the language that we call Arabic came from an African by the name of Antara. He was a poet. And most poets and writers are the ones that give language their grammar and syntax. You would think that they come from people who sit down and think about, well, here's a perfect sentence in English, or here's a perfect sentence in Arabic, but it doesn't. It comes from, and this is why rap becomes so important. Because rap in many ways is the same poet play on words, developing the structure of the language. And then out of that structure and out of the play on words, you start defining things and you start having meanings towards things and you start to punctuate things. But first punctuations don't come by marks, they come by the inflection of your voice. And what you're noticing is that rap has gotten so deep. See, because my conversations with Heru, the things I learned about rap, not just from my own family, but from the children that I taught with, is that they say, you see, our generation, look, I'm Smokey Robinson, okay? I am word heavy, okay? I'm thinking word, right? And I'm thinking about the poetry of love and the poetry of survival and struggle. I'm thinking about, but rap uses words to create beats. See, to me, beats was the background to the word. What rap does, it takes the word and makes it the music. You see? Now, me being who I am in my generation, I had to work on that concept to understand the philosophy of it. Now, I'm not talking about the words that are being used, because even when they curse or they use words that we think are inappropriate, okay, they are, and they do send subliminal messages, but from a certain perspective, they're not using the word as a curse, they're using it as a beat. To me, I can't handle that. Because what you say, you mean. But there's another generation that has taken this thought process, and as an elder generation, we have to look at it and understand certain things about it. You see? Please, brother.
It's like with Tupac, you know, I love Pac, and the things he say, it had to be, I mean, I used to be from Brooklyn, Brownsville, you know, I'm from the corner, whatever, and I heard Tupac, and everything made sense to me. Like, I never seen back struggle from, like, any other person from Tupac. But then I read Malcolm X's book from Tupac. He said, Malcolm X trained me. So that's what got me to the point that I wanted to read Malcolm, and I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And brother, how about sci-fi? What's that song? That's going to help all young brothers and sisters learn every country in Africa. What's that?
Sahai the Prince.
Sahai the Prince. Okay, he got something out.
That's great.
That has almost, I think, maybe every African country he names, and he does it in a way. Now, okay, now some of the things he says, okay, all right. In the song, when you're listening to it, my generation say, well, now, why do you have to say that? But the thing is that if that can lead you to learn the countries of Africa, and if that's the tool that you use for it,
right,
then it might lead you to study Malcolm, or it might lead you to study Africa. You see, there's an entry point that we have to now look at that is very different. Antara was the one that gave what we call Arabic, its syntax and because you have to ask yourself, how could a religion be formed in the 600s, and all of a sudden, almost overnight, not overnight, but almost overnight, there is a language that is, because Islam is one of the few religions that you must pray in that language. See, we can pray in English, we can pray in Spanish. In the beginning, it used to be Latin. You could only speak, Catholic was Latin. But Islam, you must speak. If you're a Chinese Muslim, you must speak Arabic. Okay? If you're a Native American and you're a Muslim, you have to speak Arabic. Arabic is specific to the religion. How could a language be created to suit the religion? And how could it permeate parts of the world? And it's called the Arabic language. But it didn't start in Arabia. It started in Ethiopia. And it was brought into Medina, into Mecca, and that became an established wisdom when the first place that these individuals went was to Egypt and studied Kemet. And out of that came the philosophy of Islam. And that's why the book by Thomas Goodwin and Rafiq Bilal, the Egyptian Sacred Science and Al-Islam, is so important because it shows you where literally almost step by step you can see Egyptian science in Islam. Like for instance, you have Ma'ad in Islam and you have Ma'at in Kemetic. Allah. No one tells you that Allah, the God of Islam, is a woman named Alat, who was the patron of Mecca because she was in charge of the astronomical observatory, of which we have the last remnant of this astrological observatory that was in Mecca. Ma'at Ka, the spirit of Ma'at, is the Kaba stone.
Black stone.
The black stone that you, when you Hajj and you circle 7 times. Why 7 times? That's the same thing you do when you go to Karnak. And there's a Kepra dung beetle that you do the same kind of ritual. And so that's why when we look at what Africans are going to bring into Europe, we have to understand a lot of people who are looking at the Eurasian Muslim today, the Saddam Husseins and all the others, believe that that is what Islam, that is a convert to Islam. That is not the original Muslim. The original Muslim were black people that had a combined civilization between what we call Saudi Arabia and Ethiopia, and there was a direct relationship in the kingdom of Saba. Please, brother.
It's like black people, every time we get into a religion, we mastify it. You know that. Like, when we come to Christianity, we do it the best. When we come to Islam, we do it the best. We have the most hardship when it comes to, you know, things in this world. I mean, are we doing something wrong, or, you know, like, what do you think that black people do? I think black people just need to be more unified, you know?
Yes. And they need to realize the foundations and roots of these things.
Right.
And not try to get people to validate them.
Absolutely.
We spend, say again?
Knowledge of self, you're trying to conform to something that's not designed for you. So essentially, you suffer because you seek something that is, you know, me looking out into the world and realizing that the world is not outside of myself, the world is in me. Once I separate myself from the world, then I start to find myself and realize that it was in me all along. You're searching for parts of you, fragmented parts of you and everyone else. And you can't do that.
And so many ways, my sister, that is what makes us attracted to those faith systems, because we gave it to them in the first place. But as you say, when they took it, see, this is why I say I have no challenges with any religion. I have a problem with the interpretation of them. Because when they were contorted and contaminated, they were built against me. Because the people that contaminated them knew they got it from me. So they had to lock me out of the images of it. So when you look at a Buddha, when you look at the original Buddha, he is not a heavily set man sitting with a bald head and belly extended. That's not Buddha. That's not the original Buddha.
Absolutely.
You travel all across the East, you don't see that. When you look at Krishna, Krishna is straight up black.
Absolutely.
You can see it, okay? But when you see that Hare Krishna thing going on, you don't see any of that. We out Buddha Buddha. We out Krishna Krishna. We out Christianize Christians. But that's because we see that we are at the corner of it, and normally we always take it and make it something that it is, so that even the original people can't identify and don't want to identify with the Nation of Islam. Because what Noble Drew Ali and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did was they re-Africanized it. So that then Islam, according to the Nation of Islam, was looked at as, oh, that's not what we practice. But no, what the original was is not what we practiced either. Because never, one of the greatest problems that was in Moorish Spain was the role that women played in the society. Because the Eurasians said, look, your woman got too much power. I saw you building this temple the other day, and I saw women part of the building process. How you got that woman up in there? She's supposed to be in the kitchen. That brother said, you go tell her. I ain't telling her nothing, because I know what she's going to do. You tell her that. And so these are signs of the role that we have played in these concepts, and it becomes very important that as we develop this and understand Islam. So that's one of the things that we have to look at. But what I want to do, and then the next part is going to be the music and the importance of understanding music. And I want to make sure that we can get to some of the things that I want to look at. The resource guide, basically, the way I developed it is that the book that we're using is The Golden Age of the Moor. My brother, please, can you just hold the book up, because I left mine at home. Okay, yeah, The Golden Age of the Moor. It's a phenomenal book. And I use it as a base because unlike books by Joseph McCabe or Stanley Lane Poole, which are also very good, it's one author giving you one idea. Golden Age of the Moor has a collection of some of the greatest minds as it relates to the Moors. And so I encourage us to look at it. And then the code is on the left-hand side here is the author's initials, and then the essay that they wrote. And we're going to go through a couple of them today, just to refine some of the things that we're talking about. But here basically is a timeline of the Moors in Spain. And basically you're dealing with a timeline of from 710 to 1492 AD. 710 to 1492. And this is another reason why you have to ask yourself, why all of a sudden do you have this rise of knowledge? And that is because in the movement of Africans moving in with Islam, they move into Spain about 710. 630 is around the time that you're going to see the creation of this so-called faith system, this religion that we call Islam, the way of peace, and Muslim, people of peace, which is when you hear people talk about, fanatical Islam, the very word itself means peace. Is salam, assalamu alaikum, I come in peace, which comes directly from E.M. Hotep, which means I come in peace. E.M. Hotep. Assalamu alaikum means peace. Okay? That's not to say that some of the people who pretend to practice Islam are peaceful. But you talk about a fanatical religion, talk to black folk. Black folk know fanatical religion. In fact, that's how we got to this country. Was a fanatical, it just happened to be Christianity. Okay?
Can I ask you one question?
Please, brother.
So you think that Malcolm had the antidote to racism that's going on and that's going on here, because everything he said is like a mirror to what's going on from 1964. in the 1965 to what's going on right now, it's like a mirror. It's like a mirror. I mean, it ain't changed all them years. So it's like, it's mind-boggling how somebody could know so much at that time. And
You know what I believe? Well, this is a Kaba thought, because you asked me what do I think. So I'm going to give you my thought, and I'm going to talk about religion. I'm in the process of writing a book on spirituality before religions, which has made me go deep inside, not just studying other religions, but going inside of myself.
right.
And I believe that when Islam says that all humans are Muslims, they are telling the truth. Not the religious kind. But what I have found is that spirituality is a philosophical way of thinking. Philosophy means the love of wisdom. It is a way of looking at the world through your God eyes, your Ra eyes.
Right.
Okay? When you do that, you use your system as a mantra to take you to levels of consciousness. And I believe that Malcolm used Islam to be able to focus on his genius. And that's what all spiritual systems should do. That's why I don't care what religion you are. It doesn't make a difference. I don't care. Because people say, you know, you Christian, yeah. You Muslim, yeah. You Jew, yeah. Yeah, I'm all that. I'm agnostic to Zoroastrian because I'm African. And all those religions came out of an African mind.
Right.
So I'm all that. So I think that Malcolm was probably the purest form of a Muslim. I think that Martin Luther King was the purest form of a Christian. You know, so it doesn't make a difference. It's what your spiritual system allows you to come out and do. And so I believe that Malcolm was somebody who was able to use the system. He was waiting for it. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, brilliant man that he was, came at a most opportune time in Malcolm's life.
Right.
By divine intervention. Got him at the most important time of his life, when he was most vulnerable in prison. When he had been stripped down to almost nothing. See, this is one of the good things about the military. Because when I was in the military, that basic training, they strip you down. You become a non-person. And then they build you to be who they want you to be. That's what spirituality is meant to be. Spirituality, to me, in my study, is meant to take you to the level where you're at the 0-0 mark. And everything that you are inside now comes out. And both Malcolm and Martin Luther King showed it in a unique, two different religions, and sometimes battling each other. But there is a symbol in ancient Kamene where you'll see one body with two heads. One of them has Satan, and the other has Heru. And they're both facing in opposite directions, but they're both on the same body.
On the same path.
Same path, but two drastic views of looking at the same road. And they're both going there because they got one left foot, one right foot. They got two heads, but one body. Which was symbolic that we all have to get there together.
Yeah. You know, it's unfortunate that we don't do that as black people.
It's unfortunate we don't do that as people.
Man, I mean, when people think about it, brother, it's like Italians, Irish, everybody get together when it comes to business. With black people, we don't do it.
Yeah.
We don't support each other.
Well, some of us do. Some of us don't. And the ones that do are the 3 out of 100 I'm looking for.
Absolutely.
Because, look, if after all we've been through, we still don't see this as our this building, source of knowledge.
Absolutely.
This is our this is our house of, our temple of life. You know, and you know, my sister Bay, last class or the class before, you said, what do we do? Okay, and I was talking about when the brothers from the Nation of Islam come on Sundays to think in terms of co-ops, food co-ops, and things like that. You know, the other thing is that we should establish in our minds right now that the source of knowledge will only get better.
Absolutely.
It will only get better.
Yes, sir.
And that is not a question do you need our support? It's an idea that you support.
Absolutely.
You see, we always wait for someone to need our support before we support them. The concept is we all need each other's support. And you know as well as I do, once you leave this building and you go out there, it's a hostile world.
Absolutely.
Not only from people that don't look like you, but unfortunately at times from people that do look like you.
Absolutely.
The cornerstones to the destruction of the Moorish Empire was just that. We were fighting amongst ourselves.
Yeah, lack of knowledge.
People how to love you. If you don't know how to love yourself, and you can't teach someone else how to love you, and you do that not by what you say, but how you live. So if you love and then you guide and you support, that energy that you're putting out, you're going to get back to yourself. So you can't continue to say we don't support black people or we don't support people that look like us. Then support and then be around like-minded people, and then they're gonna say, oh, you support that store. I know such and such go down and get their books, and they're gonna go. So you do that in your action and in your words, but if you're constantly saying black people don't support black people, then what's going to happen? You're speaking it, and it's going out into the universe, and it's materializing, it's manifesting. You can't say negative things and expect positive. So your words and the way you live and the way you eat and the way you think has to change. Everything, your whole being. Just like you said, I was in the military too. When they break you down, they break you down to your core. You're again a seed in the belly of the beast, and then out sprouted the rose from concrete. You have to be that. You have to embody that. So you can't constantly think and speak and eat and think something is going to change. You can't ask somebody for change if you want change. You change, and the change is going to happen.
Absolutely. Can I have something to say about that?
What?
Positively.
I mean, of course, but it's going to take. It's going to take dedication. It's going to take.
But then you do it. If you're doing it, that's your dedication. You can't.
It's going to take hard work. It's going to take that. You can't look at the media and see what's going on with the black man and say this is what black man is supposed to be. You can't look at movies and say what the movies is real. It's going to take dedication.
It just shines.
It's going to take dedication.
You're not worried about what that person is doing. They're going to continue to do that.
I understand.
But if you can't govern yourself, you can't police your community. You can't do these things if you're not doing it for yourself. I can't say, oh man, the street's dirty. Then I need to get up in the morning and sweep the streets. It's clean. It's done. I can't complain about there being dishes in the sink. Get in there and clean the dishes. I can't. A wise man knows that he knows nothing. Like you can't. I'm not going to argue with a fool. Then I'll become the fool.
Malcolm, I understand.
I'm going to become the fool. So
sister,
I'm going to stop arguing with you. You want to be right, be right.
But sister, but start.
You can't get upset when I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you because I love you and I love you unconditionally, and I don't want you to go down the wrong path. So I'm correcting you. Let me correct you and take the lesson and keep going.
Yeah, we want the lesson.
But like Malcolm said, it starts at the grassroots.
We're starting now, and you're
at
still
the
trying to fight the
grassroots.
purpose.
What we're doing right now, start the grassroots.
There we go.
This is an example of what we're talking about. This is an example of what it is that we're talking about and what we have to do as a people. And we're focusing on learning about our ancestors and a great civilization that they created so that we can also do the same thing. Because when our early family from the very beginnings were first trying to get themselves together, they didn't have all the things that we have. Their battle may not have been white supremacy. Their battle was just surviving things that were out there. Lions and tigers and bears. Well, not bears, but animals.
Right.
It was the elements when they were trying to find a way to build houses. These things were and will always have these things. But our ancestors were able to do this. And so what we have to do, and what I believe we have to do, is we have to build. We have to do this. We have to do this. And we cannot depend on other people. And I think that might be the beauty in this. Because you see, we've gone through 8 years of cussing out President Barack Obama because he didn't do anything for us.
Yeah.
But you know what the bottom line was? He wasn't supposed to do nothing for us.
All right.
We're supposed to do it for ourselves.
Absolutely.
What he did was he created an environment where we could do for ourselves.
Get your rope.
I didn't ask you to, James Brown, I don't want no one to give me nothing, just open up the door, I get it myself.
Absolutely.
Because anything that someone else gives you is really not yours, and if it is yours, it's yours only because they gave it to you. But if you get it, if you achieve it, then you can put that badge on you and say that I did this and I have a right to it.
Absolutely.
And that becomes very important for us as a people as we move forward. And the Moors are an example of from 710 until 1492, you had 3 different dynasties. You had the Umayyad and the Abbasid, which existed between 710 and 1086. I did the math for you.
Thank you.
They ruled for 376 years, longer than the United States of America has existed. See, when we're looking at the condition we find ourselves, this is a young stuff here. This is young stuff, and they didn't even get it right. They didn't even get it right in perpetuity for their own children, you know. And my question is, are you paying more for a loaf of bread today than you did 10 years ago?
Absolutely.
If you find that you're paying more for less, the civilization is moving backwards.
Absolutely.
A civilization where you're getting this was one of my first presentations on the Moors. Big man and Brother Leon Muhammad invited me to the in Brooklyn to the center, and basically I had done a presentation. In fact, this comes after. I had done a presentation on the Moors before that, and you can't understand the Crusades if you don't understand what happened with the Moors. So I backtracked. I was doing a presentation on the Moors. So these two brothers said, look, I want you to come and do something on the on the Crusades. And so we called it the precursor to Cristobal Colon. We should have seen them coming. Once the Crusades occurred, we should have seen Cristobal Colon coming because of what happened during the Crusades. And so we studied the Crusades. It was a 3-part series on the Crusades. And what we studied was, here you have the first crusade. The mask of it was to get the Mamelukes, let's just call them Muslims, had penetrated into Turkey and had brought Islam there. It was also in what we today call Israel and that area there. Under the pretense of trying to get Jerusalem back. That's why what's happening today, when everyone's trying to move the capital of Israel to Jerusalem. See, all of this applies. All of this is very important for us to understand. It's all part of it. So under the guise of getting Jerusalem back to Christianity, the home of Jesus the Christ, they said, we're going to go on a crusade, a holy war. And so in 1096, Pope Urban called out and said, remember now, when you're dealing with Istanbul or Constantinople, you're dealing with today what we call Turkey or Normandy, the Latin states of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, the County of Tripolis, headed towards the Kingdom of Jerusalem. That was the first crusade. Not successful. The second crusade, 1147 to 1149, 2 years, after 50 years, the Turks conquered Edessa. So the second crusade, Bernard of Clairvaux, King Louis VII of France, Emperor Conrad III of Germany, led into Asia Minor, and the Turks defeated them again. But that was the mask. They were really trying to get into the lands of African people. They were really doing what Tarif did by reconnoitering Spain. They were really reconnoitering. And the roads that they went to these places were the same roads that Africans took to get to Europe. So they didn't even pave new roads. They just went back over the same roads that Africans had carved getting into Europe. See, we have to understand these crusades, because we're in the middle of one right now. It's called World War III, because we're in a religious war right now. Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are at war. And what's interesting is that the religions are not at war. It is the fanatical form of every religion that's at war. The religions are not at war. The fanatics are at war. They're all crazy. And they're doing this all in the name of thievery. It has nothing to do with honestly believing that God told you to do this. Because all three religions came from the same place. All religions trace their ancestry back to Atonism, which is Judaism, Aminism, which is Christianity. And by the way, Christianity existed before Judaism. Mm-hmm. Judaism is going to come during the New Kingdom, which is Atonism. But Atonism came into existence because it broke away from Aminism, which was the original Amen priesthood, which is Christianity, or what we call in science pantheism. that there is one creator, and the creator exists in all things that exist. And Islam said, I'm going to take the best out of Judaism and the best out of Christianity, and that became Islam, which is not. It's just another form of the Ethiopian religion that was in the mountains of Ethiopia. He's focused on something else, I'm telling you. Really? So the Second Crusade. Okay, now we're going to go to the Third Crusade. The Third Crusade is 1189 to 1192. After 1187, Jerusalem was recaptured. Went after conquered, and then conquered much of Christian Holy Land, led by a brother, one of the baddest brothers on the planet. His name was Saladin. Google Saladin. They won't let you know he's black, but he's black, trust me. Because the busts of him, he clear black.
That was the leader of the Shashas?
That's what they called him.
Shashas.
Oh, no, that's a different group altogether. May have had the same name, but Saladin was a brother that was but he was a pious warrior. And so here you had King Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, King Philip II of Augustus of France, and King Richard I. This is King Richard the Lionheart. This is the crusade that you catch in Robin Hood. Okay, now what's interesting is that King Philip and King Richard, see, King Richard, his name was Richard Coeur de Lion, which is, he was French. See, you get the impression that Richard the Lionhearted, being in London and the King of England, he was French. And what happened historically is that word got to King Richard. This is what's going on in Robin Hood. That's why he's coming back. That's where he sees Robin Hood. King Richard hears that Philip is going to make a move on England. So he has to leave the crusade to get back to England to ward off his family member Philip II, who's trying to move in on England.
Well, they're all related, right? All the royalty from Europe, they're all the same thing.
Yes. And all of them have coat of arms of black people.
Yeah.
All of them have coat of arms of black people.
Mm-hmm.
It's all there to be seen. You go into the book Golden Age, there's pages of coat of arms of the Moorish families. Mm-hmm. Charlotte Sophia. You see the king, you see what his name, Charles, right? Now, is his name Charles? Yeah. Philip. Okay? What did they name their second child, the daughter? Charlotte. Named after who? Charlotte Sophia. Who's Charlotte Sophia? She's a sister. The Queen of England is related to a black woman. Queen Victoria's grandmother was a black woman. Or great-grandmother, one of them, was a black woman. Charlotte Sophia. Don't believe me? Look it up.
Van Servan does a great story on that.
Yeah?
He claims when she was pregnant, well, anyway, she had the black baby, right? Yeah, and so the king asked the doctor when she was pregnant. She probably looked at the butler or whoever was, and that penetrated. And that is where she got the blackness from, and the king said it must have been a penetrating look.
Not just that, but that doctor must have been related to Donald Trump, because that sounds like something he'd say. You see what
Pimentio Bay goes into that very well in his work.
Yes, and in that essay. And also Othello, the Children of Othello, his book, Children of Othello.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, if you're interested in a really interesting video on the Crusades, A&E did a 4-part series on the Crusades. Yeah, A&E. And I recommend that you get that. Because when they break the story of this down, wow, what a story. Okay, the Fourth Crusade, 1201 to 1204. Pope Innocent persuaded French crusaders bargained with Venetian merchants. Now here's the key. The Venetian merchants are basically what's going to bring the Italian and the Sicilian into civilization, into buildings. That's why they're into construction and into fashion. Combined forces of Crusaders and Venetians divided the Byzantine Empire, ruled it until 1261. There was economic and political expeditions. Venetians won out. The Christian Holy Land remained in the hands of Muslims. So they still ain't done nothing yet. Here's one Dr. Clark always says the Europeans never want to talk about. The Children's Crusade. It was in 1212. Boys and girls, many of them less than 12 years of age. Two armies, French and German. None of them ever reached the Christian Holy Land. They died of hunger, cold, and other hardships. Some of them drowned in storms at sea, and those that were left were sold into enslavement. Children of France and Germany. But now you have the second wave. The Fifth Crusade was 1217, 1271. Not too important. Sixth Crusade was 1228 to 1229. Frederick II, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Seventh Crusade was Louis IX, which was Franco from 1248 to 1254, and the Eighth Crusade was Louis IX. It was 1270. They landed in Tunis. He was too old and ill, so he died in Carthage. Those were the Crusades. But remember, behind the Crusades was Europe exploring the world. That's what you got to keep in focus.
Yeah. Is that what the goal was?
That's what the goal was behind the people. The principalities, the leaders, really were using the Crusades to be able to return back over the path that Africans took to get to Europe. Europeans took those paths to get to the world. This is where you're going to have Marco Polo. This is where you're going to have all the explorations, so that by 1492, Prince Henry the Navigator and Portugal and Spain, you're going to have all of these different things going on. You're going to have the Netherlands, which is in Holland. I visited where the ports of those slave ships came in that Dr. Jeffries talks about. They're right there. So you have them there. And this is where they're going to explore the world. But it's the Africans that's going to teach them boat building, the compass, the astrolabe, how to get on the waters, how to navigate. Because until then, Europeans, the best they had were the Vikings. And even the Vikings were Scandinavian Africans, known as Skraelings. Get the book, The African Presence in Early Europe. Don't believe a word I say. Look at this. Look at the pictures of who the Vikings were. You'll see them. You'll see the pictures. I know my time is moving. Just wanted to introduce you to the Madonnas of Europe. Long before the White Madonna and Child, these were the Madonnas from Italy and Spain. Here's Our Lady of Czestochowa from Poland. Italy was called the Madre Mia the Black Bambino. Here is the throne of Aset with the king sitting on it. That's what the Pietà. I remember during
the Pope's headdress.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's all there. And then here is the Waset, the was, the uas of the power of the shepherd's staff, which comes directly from the crook and flail of the pastor, the shepherd of the people. The crook is meant to keep all the sheep in line, and the flail keeps them all moving forward. The crook and flail, symbols of the shepherd. Here, let's look at Alexander Dumas, the author of The Three Musketeers. Here's the brother. Check him out. That brother got an afro. Look at him. He's there. That's his picture. Now, let me just go through this. This is Chevalier Saint-Georges. Chevalier Saint-Georges was the mightiest swordsman and violinist in Europe. You see, he's got the fence in his hand. He was elder to this next brother, who is the father of Alexander Dumas. This is Thomas Alexander Dumas, whose mother Marie was from Haiti, and his father was a nobleman from France, who went to Haiti, fell in love with Marie Dumas, married her, and Thomas Alexander Thomas was their child. Marie Dumas died. The father brings him back to France. He remarries Thomas. Check out the brother's afro. Gets upset with his father and renounces his father and keeps his mother's name. So that's why Dumas. Okay.
Now you say he was the Three Musketeers?
This was Thomas Alexander Dumas. This was father to. This man, Thomas Dumas' son, was Alexander Dumas. Now, two things I want to tell you about this. Number one is that if you remember in the opening scene of the Three Musketeers, there is a character known as D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan does battle with three swordsmen. Alexander Dumas wrote that in. Alexander Dumas was 4 years old when his father died. His father died, Thomas Dumas died at the age of 44. He was born to Thomas Dumas and his mother at the age of 40. He dies at 44. To honor his father Thomas Dumas was one of the most magnificent warriors of Europe, not to mention France. And there are stories where he would fight three swordsmen at one time. So to honor his father, he reenacted this story in the opening of the Three Musketeers. But D'Artagnan is Thomas Alexander Dumas. So if you get a chance, if you see the Three Musketeers again, or if you read the book, look at D'Artagnan. The second thing I want to tell you about Alexander Dumas is he wrote a book that a lot of people don't read and aren't aware of. He has another classic that's named after, that is titled Georges. And Georges is a story of a half African and half Frenchman, great swordsman, that is a combination of his father's story and Chevalier Saint-Georges. Get that book, Georges, and read it. That's another classic, but we get caught up in The Man in the Iron Mask, you know, all great books. But Georges is another classic that nobody focuses on because why? Because then you'd have to ask yourself, why is this white man writing about a mixed child? And then you'd have to come to the realization that Alexander Dumas was mixed. Mixed, yes. And the story is about his father and Chevalier Saint-Georges. And it's called Geogrges. When I taught the Moors, well, I called it the Africans in medieval Europe, that was the book I assigned to the class. I didn't assign them the Three Musketeers. I assigned them Georges. It's really a phenomenal book. Very interesting about the life of a mix. But you see, remember, to Europeans, there's no such thing as mixed. You black. So it's really a story about a black person. Although they're mixed, it's a story about a black person.
So if you subscribe to that, definitely.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what the story is. It's telling what you go through being that type of individual in French society. Now here is an actual silhouette portrait of Ludwig van Beethoven. They used to do silhouette. Okay, now I want you to focus on the brow ridge, the nasal index, and the prognathic jaw. because of Ludwig van Beethoven. Okay, that's a portrait. It's an engraving. But now let me show you another picture. That's something he sat for. His hair. Straight up now.
Curly fro.
That's it. Okay, let me show you another picture. This is Beethoven. Looks like anybody that would be outside of Beethoven's. There's a book called Beethoven's Hair. Back in those days, in the 1700s, they would, when you were laying in state, they would pluck out your hair. But for Beethoven had been as famous as he became, but he was a popular musician. They forbid anybody to take his hair. But somebody came in anyway and plucked his hair out, but somebody was coming in the room. This is what the book is about, Beethoven's, by Russell, something Russell. But the person that pulled it out became so concerned that he pulled too tight. And what happened was that not only did he pull the hair out, but he pulled out part of the skin of Beethoven's scalp. And that is what was studied. And you could trace his lineage back through that hair. Outside of Beethoven's hair in Bonn, Germany, see, his family left Moorish Spain and went to Amsterdam, where a lot of Jews and Moors went. Then they moved to Bonn, Germany. Then the father, Johannes Beethoven, because his name is Thovin Bey, B-E-Y. But what they did is they changed the Y to E, put the B in front of the Thovin. If your name is Bey or L, you're a Moor. So he then felt his son, Ludwig, named after the grandfather. Johannes is Beethoven's father. And the grandfather, Johannes Beethoven's father's name was Ludwig. The grandson, or Johannes' son's name, was Ludwig. He felt his son was a prophet. He wanted to have an audience with Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus. So he moved his family to Vienna, Austria. They had the meeting, and he told Johannes and Ludwig, he said, "You are a great musician, but you're not a protege. A protege is a young genius." He said, "You're going to become a great musician." But what a lot of people don't understand is that Mozart's teacher was a black man named Suleiman, was a Moor. See, we have not been exposed to classical music. That's why I take exception when I hear black people say that classical music is white people music.
It's not.
It's not.
Absolutely not. They could never do that. They don't have that kind of spirit.
Classical music came from Baroque in the 1600s, and the leading Baroquean or Baroque musician was Bach, Sebastian Bach. Sebastian Bach studied with black people, became Baroque, Baraka, Baroque. Out of Baroque came what we call classical music. Classical music is Baroque, it's just a different style. As I said, the piano, if you look at a grand piano, it's a harp turned sideways, encased in wood, that combines the African instruments known as the kalimba and the xylophone. Except instead of hitting the keys with sticks, you use the fingers, and instead of strumming the harp, the different digits hit various chords in the piano. The piano actually is a chordophone. But it's a chordophone and a percussion because you're hitting it makes it a percussion. But you can't call it a membranophone because it's not made from membrane. You see? So it's an interesting combination of instruments brought into Europe by Africans. But the point I want to make is a point I always make with children. When Ludwig, let me finish this story first. Outside of Ludwig van Beethoven's home in Bonn, Germany, And outside his home in Vienna, Austria, there's a sign. This sign says, Schwarzer Spaniardhaus. Schwarzer, black, Spaniards, house, H-A-U-S. It means the black Spaniard's house. If you get that book, Beethoven's Hair, it shows you this sign. So I'm not emotional about this. I'm not making this stuff up. Get the book and you'll see it. I wish I thought I was going to say this to you today. I would have brought the book to show you. Schwarzer Spaniardhaus, which means the black Spaniard's house. Okay? Now here's what I want to tell you about children.
Black from Spain.
Yeah, black from Spain. Because originally he was a Moor from Spain.
And they were kicked out.
And then, well, they left and kicked out because of the nature of what I'm going to show you next.
And that's Mozart?
Huh?
Is that Mozart? That sign is in front of his house?
No, this is outside of Beethoven's house. Louis van Beethoven, in Bonn, Germany, and in Vienna. And if you get the book, Beethoven's Hair, they show you the sign where it says Schwarzer Spaniardhaus. But here's what I want to tell you about children. Johannes was not a very nice person. And he lived vicariously through his son. And because of that, he put adult demands on a child. And when Ludwig van Beethoven would be playing the sheet music, Johannes in another room or somewhere in the house would hear that he was going off sheet music because his father was a musician, played for the church. So he knew sheet music. And he would come out and get mad at Ludwig and say, Ludwig, I told you, you play sheet music. And Ludwig would say, but I hear this music in my head. He said, I don't care what you hear in your head. You play the sheet music. There were times he would beat Ludwig because he would go off. And then Ludwig would go back to the sheet music and then go off his head. Father would come out, big thing. The reason why I say this to you is because this is something to do with education and my experience with children. Ludwig van Beethoven wrote most of the greatest pieces of music after he became totally deaf. He was deaf by 30. Most of his, like the Ninth Symphony, the one that's repeated throughout musical history, they got it in discotheque, they got it in rap, they got everything. The Ninth Symphony was written when Beethoven was deaf. Most of his greatest music was written after he was deaf. And the reason why is because the very nature, although Johannes didn't realize it, the nature of Beethoven's genius he had as a child because he had the music in the head. Had his father allowed Beethoven, Ludwig, to play his head, he would have been a protege. But because he beat him, he never was able to develop his genius until after his father was gone and he could do his own thing. So what I tell us as adults is we have to, in our own way, let our children express their genius. Stop trying to make them into who you perceive their genius should be. And that's how I work with my own children. That's how I work with the children in my classroom. There were things I had to get them to understand and learn. But I gave them a chance to express themselves, to search for their genius. I showed them how their genius could work. Okay? Like as I look around this room and I'm looking at people, as I'm talking, you're nodding your head. Okay? The people who are doing it are laughing. But you see, the thing is that to me that means that you are a rhythmic learner. So that you're like this, right